Let's go ahead and get started if we could. If you could please find a seat, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you all for coming to tonight's Monday, April 13th meeting of the Falls Church City Council. We're delighted you're all here with us tonight. We have a busy agenda, so let's go ahead and get started. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call vote?
Yes. Call the roll. Mr. Baruch.
Here. We'll call the roll call.
Ms. Conley. Here. Mr. Duncan.
Here.
Ms. Oliver.
Here.
Mr. Snyder.
Is absent on
Absent.
work-related travel.
Mr. Z.
Here.
And Mayor Tarter.
Here. Thank you. And do we have a motion to adopt a meeting agenda or amended meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the agenda of the meeting as amended to include the Employee of the Year recognition under number 6 and under number 11 to add TR 15-11.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it. Why don't we go ahead on to our first item then? It's a delight and pleasure, Mr. Shields, to have our ceremony for the Employee of the Year.
Well, Mayor Tarter, members of council, and for the whole community, we're very pleased to recognize, as we do each year at this time, our Employee of the Year. And our Employee of the Year is selected by our Citizen Employee Review Board, which is chaired by Jerry Barrett. And so I will allow them to make the announcement, and then we'll all pile on and brag on our person who's awarded this year.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This year we had 6 employees who were nominated for Employee of the Year. And I think any of those 6 people would have been a worthy choice. 2 of them are in planning. One of them, Garrison Kitt, deals with small area plans. Another one, Paul Stoddard, has been instrumental in a lot of the traffic calming work in many other areas in the planning area. We have Joe Dowling, who is a crew leader who's been with the city for many years, just extremely dependable person that's there for all operations of public works. Jeremy Edwards, who was there for our green space manager, helping with all of our trees, and Lieutenant Dan Sakula in the police department, who's in charge of our operations. But we're here tonight to to recognize the employee that the City Employee Review Board, chaired by Jerry Barrett here, selected, and the Employee of the Year is Megan Graham, who is a probation counselor with the City of Falls Church. So I'd like to read the letter that the City Employee Review Board wrote to Megan that she will receive with this plaque. We also have a little monetary award that we'll let the mayor give to Megan after we finish this. It says, "Dear Ms. Graham, it is with great pleasure and sincere thanks for your creativity, hard work, and achievement of city goals during 2014 that we congratulate you on your selection as 2014 Falls Church City Employee of the Year. Your work during 2014 extended far beyond what would be expected of your job title as probation counselor. You also assumed responsibility for all adult cases and the administrative function of the court services. While performing this additional responsibility, you managed to reduce recidivism to a level far below the state average and well below the previous years in Falls Church. Not having worked previously with adult offenders, you moved smoothly and skillfully to deal effectively with these extremely difficult cases involving child abuse and domestic violent offenses. Individual and government officials who have dealt with you testified to your professionalism, diligent work habits, and comprehensive knowledge of the justice system. Those offering this praise included the Chief Judge of the Arlington Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, the Director of Virginia Department of Juvenile Justice, and the Director of Intervention and Prevention in Northern Virginia Family Services. George Mason High School said it best in these words: Megan is a valuable team member and provides both knowledge and insights into issues affecting youth and resources available within the community to help support them. To your great credit, you have focused your strong efforts on returning convicted residents to productive citizenship with a strong commitment to avoid further difficulty with the law, and at the same time, assisting the family of those convicted to understand and support a troubled member. Therefore, on behalf of the Falls Church community, please accept our gratitude for your dedicated work and our congratulations on your success. That's signed by the 3 members of the City Employee Review Board. So with that, I just want to have Megan come forward and congratulate her.
Megan, thank you so much. Congratulations. We're so proud of your good work. And here's a check. We wanted to use it to balance the budget. We decided, though, it'd best be given to you. So thank you so much for all the good work you do here. We're very proud. Thank you.
Great to have such a good turnout for the Employee of the Year.
Thank you all. Why don't we go on to our first proclamation? Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay. All right. Well, let's go on to our proclamations. Thank you all for coming, particularly you, Judge Verushitz. Thank you all. Let's go on our first proclamation then, declaring April 18th as Arbor Day. Mr. Z, would you read the proclamation?
It would be my pleasure, Mayor. Whereas the City of Falls Church is known for the beauty of its trees and plantings, and whereas trees release oxygen into our atmosphere while reducing carbon dioxide, provide habitat for wildlife, reduce the erosion of soil by the wind and water, filter pollutants before they reach our waterways, and reduce heating and cooling costs by moderating temperatures, and whereas the City of Falls Church has been designated as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for 37 consecutive years, and whereas in 1892, the first observance of Arbor Day in the Commonwealth of Virginia took place in Falls Church at the old Jefferson School as organized by the Village Improvement Society, predecessor of the present Village Preservation and Improvement Society. And whereas each April since 1974, Falls Church has held a citywide celebration of Arbor Day during which elementary school children take part in the planting of trees on school grounds and citizens plant trees and otherwise join the observance, including an afternoon program at Frady Park. And whereas the American holly, Ilex opaca, has been selected as the 2015 Tree of the Year by the Falls Church Tree Commission and the Department of Public Works Urban Forestry Division.
Now, therefore, I, P. David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, in recognition of the economic, social, and environmental benefits that healthy trees provide to our community, do hereby proclaim April 18th, 2015 as Arbor Day in the City of Falls Church and urge all citizens to join in the celebration on that day. Mr. Shields, is there anyone coming up to receive the proclamation? Oh, please come on up. Thank you so much. Yes.
Oh, good.
Mr. Szymanski and our arborists. Thank you both for coming up and all the good work you do throughout the year. Thank you so much. Come on up, let's get a picture. We get a picture? What's that? Oh, there's no camera? Okay. Someone do want to do a drawing?
Wait, Keith.
All right, Keith.
Keith to the rescue. Keith to the rescue. There we go.
Would you like to say a few words as well? You're welcome to if you'd like. Okay. Thank you all for coming out and all the good work you do. Our next proclamation is regarding the Community Development Block Grant Week. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, has operated since 1975 to provide local governments with the resources required to meet the needs of persons with low and moderate incomes, and CDBG funds are used by thousands to meet nationwide neighborhood and human services needs. And whereas the CDBG program has helped more than 43 city families and individuals this year receive early childhood education, emergency rental assistance, transitional housing, and home repair services. And whereas the City of Falls Church, Virginia, and other local governments have clearly demonstrated the capacity to administer and customize the CDBG program to identify, prioritize, and resolve pressing local problems, such as the shortage of affordable housing, neighborhood and human services needs, and physical redevelopment. And whereas the City of Falls Church has several partners in the CDBG program, including Falls Church City Public Schools, Falls Church Community Services Council, Homestretch Incorporated, and Falls Church Housing Corporation Incorporated.
Now, therefore, I, P. David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the week of April 13th through April 17th, 2015 as Community Development Block Grant Week in the City of Falls Church, Virginia, and urge all citizens to join us in recognizing the Community Development Block Grant Program and the important role it plays in our community. And is the chair of our Housing Commission here? Oh, there you are. Come on up, Julio Idrobro. Welcome.
We also, the Housing Commission and the Falls Church Housing Corporation is holding a housing forum in honor of CDBG Week this Wednesday, and we'll give invitations to.
At what time and at what location?
It's Wednesday at the Winter Hill Community Center at 7 p.m.
Great, thank you.
Let's do a
Please.
picture.
Yes, come on up. And our last proclamation, Ms. Connolly?
Try that again. Whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Equal Pay Act, women, especially minority women, continue to suffer the consequences of unequal pay. And whereas, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, women working full-time year-round in 2013 typically earned 78% of what men earned, indicating little change or progress in pay equity. And whereas, according to Graduating to a Pay Gap, a 2012 research report by the American Association of University Women, the gender pay gap is evident 1 year after college graduation, even after controlling for factors known to affect earnings, such as occupation, hours worked, and college major. And whereas in 2009, the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act was signed into law, which gives back to employees their day in court to challenge a pay gap. And now we must pass the Paycheck Fairness Act, which would amend the Equal Pay Act by closing loopholes and improving the law's effectiveness. And whereas, according to one estimate, college-educated women working full-time earn more than $500,000 less than their male peers do over the course of a lifetime. And whereas nearly 4 in 10 mothers are primary breadwinners in their households, and nearly 2/3 are primary or significant earners, making pay equity critical to families' economic security. And whereas a lifetime of lower pay means women have less income to save for retirement and less counted in a Social Security or pension benefit formula. And whereas the state-by-state rankings released as part of AAUW's 2015 research report, The Simple Truth About the Gender Pay Gap, show that in Virginia, women working full-time year-round in 2013 typically earned 79% of what men earned. And whereas fair pay equity policies can be implemented simply and without undue costs or hardship in both the public and private sectors, and whereas fair pay strengthens the security of families today and eases future retirement costs while enhancing the American economy, and whereas Tuesday, April 14th, symbolizes the time in 2015 when the wages paid to American women catch up to the wages paid to men from the previous year.
Now, therefore, I, P. David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 14th, 2015, Equal Pay Day in the City of Falls Church, and urge the citizens of the City of Falls Church to recognize the full value of women's skills and significant contributions to the labor force, and further encourage businesses to conduct an internal pay evaluation to ensure that women are being paid fairly. And is Bunny Jarrett here? Welcome. I've heard we've run out of slips for speakers, so we're getting more. But anyway, let's go on. Do we have any oaths of office to administer to new boards and commission members? No? Okay.
No, sir.
So we've got public comments, obviously, and we'll get to those in just a moment. Why don't we start with the summary of written comments, Madam Clerk?
Okay. We have a number of comments on the budget, tax rate, and CIP. Rita Kudica of 119 North Virginia Avenue wrote to support renovation and expansion of the library, including the parking deck. Allison Brown of 706 Poplar Drive wrote to support the school board's budget request, arts funding, and the Mason Row project. She does not support expansion of City Hall or the renovation of the library and believes that a parking garage may not be necessary, and if it is, businesses should pay for it. Bill Royce of 201 North Oak Street forwarded a spreadsheet of teacher turnover rates he received from the schools and asked the City Council to compare it to data they have received. Shirley Connick of 301 Parker Avenue wrote that she is concerned about the impact of a 4-cent tax increase. John Boddicker wrote to oppose a 4-cent real estate tax increase and to oppose the school's budget. Charles Plymeyer wrote to oppose a tax increase and to an increase in the school budget. Dan Eyre of North Lee Street wrote to oppose a tax increase. Peter Clark of 1303 Robinson Place wrote to oppose a tax increase and questioned the school budget request. He asked for a balance between school funding and funding to maintain the neighborhoods. Richard Hunter expressed strong disapproval of a 4-cent tax increase and asked the City Council to reject the school board's budget request. John Hopewell, 211 South Lee Street, forwarded 2 newspaper articles about recent renovations to Marshall and Thomas Jefferson High Schools, citing the cost as lower than the proposed George Mason High School renovation projected cost. Dale Walton, 205 Southwest Street, wrote in opposition to a 4-cent tax increase, stating that the current escalation in school spending is unsustainable. He asked for a balance between school and general government spending. Pat Peng Heinem of 206 North Lee Street wrote that the schools need more money, but not through a higher tax rate, expressed concern with the disparity between Falls Church city taxes and those of surrounding areas, and stated that the fact that taxes are increasing demonstrates that new residential developments are not paying for themselves. Hal Morgan of 907 Hillwood Avenue wrote in support of funding improvements to the W&OD Trail and replacement of police radio equipment. Brian Gish wrote to oppose a tax rate increase, stating that current budget trends are unsustainable. Angela Godwong, 710 Poplar Drive, wrote to support the school board's budget request. Mary Ellen Dolan at 610 Poplar Drive wrote to support the school board's budget request. Liz and James Weatherly, 522 Great Falls Street, wrote in support of the school board's requested budget. Stephanie Calabrese wrote in support of the school's requested budget. Nick and Erica Toman also wrote in support of the school board's requested budget. And I had an email just this afternoon from Jamie Eigelhart of 201 Buxton Road, who also supports fully funding the requested school budget. And then finally, Anthony Gill wrote against further additions to City Hall and the library at this time, with the exception of necessary safety and HVAC upgrades at both buildings. And then we had comments on Mason Row as well. Sajila Ramsey, 1000 Parker Street, wrote to state that her neighborhood should be considered surrounding neighbors to the Mason Row project. She wrote to oppose the name of the project because it does not convey that it is in a charming small city, and to express that the project has been unsustainably large from the start. Then we had from Park Avenue, Betty Patera, Jeff and Susan Henriksen, Karen Barberi and Victor Wong, Bob and Jenny Ford, Joanne Fuchs, and Kim and Denise Callahan. They wrote regarding the latest change to the Mason Road development proposed by the developer on March 21, and asked that the City Council limit the number of residential units, moving the theater portion of the project to a more central location in the city, allowing no retail on Park Avenue, and require at least the minimum number of required parking spaces, and put in place parking permits on the north side of Park Avenue with specific hours. The Village Preservation and Improvement Society forwarded a letter expressing concern about the massing and size of the project, about the possible negative impacts of the movie theater, the effect of the architecture on the appearance of the project, and the size and architecture of the parking deck. Chris Just of 814 Park Avenue wrote in support of the Mason Row project, but is concerned about Mason Lane that cuts through the project, and suggested ideas for entrance placement. Nancy Morrison wrote on behalf of the Steeples Homeowners Association. She wrote to ask, in conjunction with the Mason Row project, that the stormwater pipe under West Street is fixed, that Steeples Court is not blocked by increased traffic on West Street, and that the intersection at West Street is made safer for pedestrians, bikes, and cars. Joe Wetzel, chairman of the Falls Church Chamber of Commerce, and Sally Cole, the executive director, wrote on behalf of the chamber to urge the City Council to grant first reading for the Mason Row project. Lois and Mark Stubbs of 1007A Lincoln Avenue asked the City Council to vote no on any height variance for Mason Row and to reduce the number of residential units. Terrence O'Dowd, 700 Lincoln Avenue, asked that the City Council not grant a height variance, not allow a decrease in parking spaces, and reduce the number of residential units in Mason Row. David Travers, 306B Pine Street, asked the City Council to consider reducing the number of residential units in the Mason Row proposal. And Irina and Daniel Lopez of 815 Fulton Avenue asked the City Council to vote no on a height variance from Mason Row and to require sufficient parking for the use. And then we had quite a few letters supporting funding for Catch and Creative Cauldron and arts funding, and I'm just going to read the names of those folks. Randy Ben, Terry Rhea of 118 Gresham Place, Ellen McCauley Gross, 303 Lincoln Avenue, and Mark Gross of 303 Lincoln, Ellen Salisbury, Harry and Grace Rosetto of 502 West Broad Street, Sally Phillips, 200 North Maple Avenue, Carol Probolka, 1007 Parker Street, Peter and Jennifer Akins, Carolyn Hacker of McLean, Jennifer Cohn and Roger Sykin, 505 Dorchester Road, an unidentified citizen who supports the funding, Jennifer H.F. Tabola, Ted C. Adams and their children Coulter and Charlie, Shirley Cohen, 213 Gundry Drive, Edie and Tom Smolinski, Sarah Flanagan, 833 Villa Ridge Road, Marty Reserve, 708 Berry Street, Jane Scully, Mona Johnston, 215 East Jefferson Street, Valerie and Thomas Cairns, 136 Reese Place, Susie Larkamp, 601 West Falls Way, Allison Brown, 706 Poplar Drive, Shirley Connick, 301 Parker Avenue, Mark Werblood, 113 Roll Court, Wendy Freeman for the League of Women Voters, Marty Bear, the treasurer of the Falls Church Arts and Peter Bear of 412 North Cherry Street, and Nikki Graves Henderson, executive director of the Tinner Hill Foundation. And then we did, Mr. Z forwarded from Jen Bain of 310 Grove Avenue, also forwarded some comments about Mason Row, concerned with traffic, scale, size, and number of residential units. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That's very impressive. Before we go on to public comment, are there any council requests? Okay, so we're going to go on to public comment now. We have a whole lot of speakers. These are all the speaker slips. So you'll have to keep your speaking to 3 minutes. If you could state your name and your address, that'd be appreciated. If you want to speak now, you can, and you can leave, or you can stick around. If you prefer to speak when your matter is to be heard, whether it's Mason Row or tax budget issues, you're welcome to do that as well. So I'm going to call everyone's name, and then you can either speak now or you can wait till your item's called. Okay? So if our first speaker is Mr. Keith Thurston. Mr. Thurston, welcome. Followed by Chris Zawiski. I probably mispronounced that, my apologies. There's also a whole row of seating in the front. If anybody standing in the back would like to be seated, there is seating in the very front row, so you're welcome to come on up if you'd like. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Thank you. My name is Keith Thurston, 1015 Birch Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Village Preservation Improvement Society. Just lifted. And I'm speaking today on Arbor Day celebration. Did you sign the proclamation? Thank you for that. The celebration is at 3 p.m. at Frady Park, and we invite the council to be there to receive the Tree of the Year award. The staff has worked hard to prepare this material so that we do qualify, and of course a lot of planting's gone on by the Village Society staff and the volunteers throughout the city. So it's 3 p.m. We're very lucky this year to have the Creative Cauldron supporting us, and they'll be putting on our edutainment. And if you were there last year, it was quite entertaining, I think you say. Thank you. 3 p.m. Frady Park on Saturday.
Thank you very much. I was there last year. It was a fun event, so I look forward to it again this year. Thank you. Our next speaker, I got a couple extra ones. Chris Zawiski.
I'll wait till Mason Row.
Okay, that's fine. I'll put you off here to the side. Mark Massey. Mr. Massey? You'll wait as well to Mason Row? Okay. Barb Cram? Ms. Cram, do you want to speak? What are you waiting for? Budget, okay. What's that? Well, budget is going to come first, then Mason Row. So, okay, it'll just be a few minutes. Pat Gianelli, would you like to speak now? Welcome, sir.
My name is Pat Gianelli, 1404 Ellison Street, and I'm happy to be one of the first speakers up here. I spoke on Saturday at the town hall meeting, and there was substantially less people here than there is now, so I want to make sure everyone hears what I have to say, and hopefully most people will feel the same way. It's been brought to my attention by several members of my community that I speak with out on the streets that are working in their yards, especially elder people and those on fixed incomes, that they can't afford another tax increase. They tell me that they're burdened by it. They have to move, older folks have to move their children back into the house to help them support the maintenance, the taxes, everything that needs to go on with their homes. They often tell me that they have raised their children through the school systems. They look to retire here and they hope to die here. But they're now saying, we're looking like we have to move out of the city because it's just unsustainable, the constant tax increases every year and after every year. Now, last year we did not have a tax increase, if I am correct, but the assessments jumped dramatically. I could tell you that from looking at my own bill. And being in residential real estate, I know you can cherry pick those numbers out of a hat. I'd also like to mention that Falls Church city taxes are about 40% higher than Arlington County taxes, and I'd say about 25 to 30% higher than Fairfax County. If the citizens, if we can't, as a city, govern our own selves and our finances, the city schools constantly asking for money year after year, we might as well just fold it up and become part of Fairfax County, or ask Arlington County if they could take us over, because I would much rather have a 98-cent residential tax rate as opposed to a $1.13 tax rate. And with all the economic building and development going on, citizens of Falls Church City have still seen no relief in their tax. More responsible economic development and growth, we would think that the tax rate would either stabilize or drop. Spurring smart economic growth and stop relying on the citizens to pick up the tab on every tax increase is something we need to think about doing. It's time for the school board and city council to tighten the belts and start saying no to every request that we get. It's tough to govern a city, especially when we're so generous people here. We want to give and give and give, but sometimes you have to make the tough decisions to say no. And you folks on the city council, you're here every damn day, every night, and you don't get paid a whole lot. And the citizens do appreciate that and your hard work. So with that, it's just hopefully the city council will very much strongly consider no tax increase this year and look for alternative ways to raise money for the city by cutting certain projects in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If anyone, by the way, in lieu of speaking, would like to just stand up when another person speaks, you're welcome to do that as well. Betty Patera, did I get your name right? You'd like to wait, and this is Mason Rowe. Okay. Ira Kalin. Mr. Kalin, welcome.
Ira Kalin, 429 Park Avenue. I was hoping to speak a little later, but in this way we'll be going on forever, waiting for somebody to speak. I'm sure a lot of people will speak and will continue to speak about the tax rate. I'll leave that, and I doubt will associate myself with a lot of the comments that will be made in that regard. I wanted to mention that the issue facing the City Council isn't just this year's tax rate. There is an underlying issue of the social contract between the city, the schools, the citizenry. Right now, the tension between the two is as high as I've seen it. It's been evident for years. People who feel that they are sacrificing but don't get any of the direct benefits eventually will tire, and the social contract will fracture. It's the obligation of the City Council to prevent that fracturing from taking place, but we're well on our way to do this because of the imbalance in the view of the distribution of the city's resources between so-called city side and the school system. Another thing is separate, is that the City Council, if you allow me to say, does not seem to understand that the city is the creditor to the school system. It's city money that's going to fund the CIP, the high school, etc. Yet there doesn't seem to have been any effort to get an alternative cost estimate, as any creditor would ask, about how much it would cost simply to renovate the high school as opposed to build a new one. If it turns out that the overall package is less expensive than using the land for commercial purposes, well then, that's important data. You guys are creditors. You're expected to act as creditors and get necessary financial information. I haven't seen any of that. The city is very passive on these types of issues, as well as cost overruns, sort of hands off. Have to get more involved, and you have to behave as a creditor in this regard. So with those, I'll leave you, but please take these thoughts into consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalin. Our next speaker is Kim Callahan. You'll wait. Okay, on Mason Rowe. Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Bob Ford. Oh, you'll wait. Okay, sure. Next speaker is Justin Casillo. Come on up. Chair of our school board. Welcome. Thanks for coming out.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished city council members. Justin Castillo, 306 North Virginia Avenue. Bringing to your attention a fairly mundane but important matter, and that has respect to planning for funding for the George Mason, Mary Ellen Henderson site. There is about $150,000 of planning money that has been unspent. There are now 4 RFPs under review for visioning and associated services with respect to how we'll plan whatever disposition of that site will occur. Estimates for that will be it's about $300,000 to $400,000 to see that through. The school board now has in its request $100,000. There has been a request, I believe, from staff to remove that. This is kind of a 6 of one and half dozen of another issue, but I think it is important, whether it be in CIP or elsewhere, that we do address this. The school board will be discussing it tomorrow, and we'll have some more input on that. But I did want to bring it to your attention because it is an issue that I think we do need to address sooner rather than later. With respect to the budget, good news is that we have taken about 1%. $395,000 off our budget request. That takes the increase down to 4.3%. 90,000 of that was removing a bus. The other 295,000 was gains that the city has also, on the general government side, realized on changing health insurance. So the good news is the number is going down. It's not going up. And with that, I will let the wave of comments continue to rush on. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Madeline English. You'll wait on Mason Rowe. Okay. Our next speaker is Rohani Winters. Welcome. Thank you for coming out.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Rohini Winters, 324 Grove Avenue, and I would just like to briefly comment on my thoughts regarding the school's budget request. I am in support of funding the education of our kids. I have 4 school-age children. One's graduating. I have 3 more coming up. We love our schools. We love our teachers. We're not especially fond of the facilities at George Mason, but we know good things come to those who wait. And so I'm asking you to wait until you have a full and clear picture of how the school board and the city schools have used their funds that were allocated in the past 2-3 years. I think a full assessment needs to be done so that the citizens have transparency on where the funds are going. We can't sustain additional tax increases under the pretense that it's the only way to fund our schools. If it is the way to fund the schools properly and fully, and by this I would really like to see the teachers get their increases. I don't know that we'll ever catch up to Arlington because they'll probably pay their teachers more the following year. But if we say we're going to pay them more, then let's hold the schools' feet to the fire and pay them. Let's not allocate the funds and then not hold somebody accountable for what they said or thought they were going to do with the funds. We passed a school board referendum. We know there's issues with the project. Let's not allocate more funds without knowing in great detail what's happening with the project for Mount Daniel, that we might owe more to mitigate. So be careful as you proceed on our behalf in funding the school's budget request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Gary Laporta, followed by Aaron Gill. Mr. Laporta, welcome. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. Gary Laporta, 130 Chanel Terrace, citizen. Well, here we are. we find ourselves tonight with the opportunity to understand why you guys get paid the big bucks. On the one hand, we have an opportunity to disappoint a good number of people by supporting a budget, either more taxes or less school costs. On the other hand, we have the opportunity to disappoint even some more people with the passage and potential passage of Mason Row, which may be an avenue to prevent this kind of problem on the left hand in future budget sessions. I urge you to pass first reading of Mason Row so that boards and commissions, including so many others, can really see what the project is, because I think there's a lot of speculation about what it is and what it is not. I also would say that I find the reference or the comparison of our city to Arlington to be a little disingenuous. We have an 18% commercial area in the city of Falls Church. Arlington has approximately 50%. They have 10 300-foot tall buildings in Arlington County. The limit on ours, the highest building we can build here is 110 feet. And that's with all kinds of exceptions. Those extra 200 feet make Arlington a lot of money, okay? So we need to maximize our commercial space to the best of our ability to help us citizens be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aaron Gill, followed by Ms. Hardy. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Thank you for all of your service in sitting through these meetings. I've only been to 4 of them so far, so your patience is great. I'm speaking on behalf of what the newspaper referred to as the silent majority here in Falls Church City, a majority that's not staying silent for very much longer. We are the population that is moving in every day and tearing down the old homes and moving in with lots of children. We can no longer keep the school budget as it is and continue to raise taxes to pay for the schools as well. I don't know any parent who has an unlimited budget for paying taxes either, and I definitely feel for my neighbors who are on fixed incomes as well. Based on that, I would speak in support of fully funding the school's budget, but holding off on additions to City Hall and the library and building parking decks for those structures. I don't think we have the money for that. I'd like to make additions to my house, but I don't have that money in my budget, and neither do we if we have a $1 million shortfall this year. I love the library, and I'm there every week with my kids, and I would support funding HVAC renovations there and here, upgrading for safety and ADA requirements, but we simply don't have the money to make any other additions or improvements right now. I also support smart commercial development like Mason Row to help fund our schools going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Letty Hardy. Welcome. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. Good evening. Letty Hardy, 125 South Spring Street. I've been a resident and homeowner in Falls Church City since 2003. So I wanted to actually just give you a little background because I think I bring a slightly different perspective than a lot of the other young families. My husband actually grew up in Falls Church City, was a product of all the Falls Church City schools all the way from kindergarten at Mount Daniel through graduating at Mason. My mother-in-law was actually a teacher at Mount Daniel. They have since retired and still reside in the city. So we have a lot of roots and a lot of history here. We moved here as kind of young, newly married professionals buying our first home, was excited about the location and being close to family, and have loved it here since. We've seen a lot of change over the years, and we think a lot of the change has been for the better. I've been to several of these budget discussions during the current cycle, and while it's evident that there's a very vocal set of residents, as the previous commenter mentioned, there is a really growing set of parents that are also pro-schools and pro-development. You just can't see them here all the time because we're often putting kids to bed at 7 o'clock at night or having soccer games at 10 o'clock on Saturday mornings. But to be clear, there are many of us who are very much pro-schools and pro-development. To be clear, I'm not necessarily pro-taxes either. We will be just as impacted when our tax assessments go up and when our taxes go up too, and we have to consider trade-offs in my own household. I am just focused on the future of Falls Church City. Having seen the history of Falls Church City, I am so excited about what's to come, and I want you guys to be just as focused on the children in the city because they really are the future here. Now that we have young kids, I would love to be able to spend more of our time walking the parks and good retail in this location instead of spending much of our money in Tyson's, Arlington, and Mosaic, which we currently do. I think so much of the development to come could really help boost the scale. Right now, we just don't have enough of good retail here to keep people here. And if we think about the money that families like mine could bring, that could make a huge impact to the city. So as you begin to make some tough choices, two things I really just wanted to call out. The first is, while I truly do emphasize that higher taxes are going to be burdensome to our neighbors with fixed incomes, my in-laws included, I wanted to remind everyone that our property values have a hefty premium over our neighboring areas because of the schools. No one moves here because of the library. No one moves here because of a fancy city hall. People move and stay here for one of two reasons. One, they were probably like us, they liked the area, it was more affordable than Arlington. It's central to the metropolitan DC area. Two, they come here because of the schools. Either they currently have young families or plan to have families eventually. As city leaders, I believe your job is to bring thoughtful development with strong retail to capitalize on the location on the first item, and two, to maintain excellent schools and well-compensated teachers so families stay and also come back and put roots down here like my family did. The second point is, I really urge you to consider whether your constituents really want you supporting projects such as a $5 million City Hall addition, an $8 million library expansion, and two very expensive and redundant garages. I think a large majority of people would be very surprised that they would have to pay a 3 to 4 cents property tax increase to pay for the teacher salary raises in exchange for the City Hall improvements, for example. I urge you to think about what revenue or future value those general government expenditures might add. While I'm sure we would like to have all of those things, I really believe those are nice to haves. So in closing, I really just encourage you to think about the future rests really with our children and the importance of attracting and retaining great teachers, small class sizes, which keeps our property values high, which we all benefit from, whether you have children in the school system or not.
Thank you very much. If I could too ask if you all could keep your comments to 3 minutes. When the buzzer goes off, that means your time's up. We've got a whole lot of speakers to get through tonight. Our next speaker is Kathleen, is it Tice? Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Kathleen Tice, 500 Meridian. And I'm just here to show my support of the proposed school budget. I think increasing staff salaries and improving the buildings are two priorities that are imperative. We moved here with 4 small kids for the schools, and they are even better than their reputation. And now that we're here, we really count on the schools to stay excellent, to protect our investment of our home, and we support what the school board requests for our children.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker or speakers are David and Maggie Schwind. Is anyone here?
David Schwind, 602 Dorchester Road, Falls Church. I guess so, that's where we're all from. Born and raised here in '58. Parents were here before then. My wife's folks were in this city. Actually, both our families were in the city before there was a beltway and a school system. My issue here tonight, or my point here, is as we move toward fixed incomes, we put 3 kids through college on our own. They went through the Falls Church public school system. The issue gets to be when you get older here is putting down roots, keeping roots. Building this, the man this building was named after was able to die in his own house. And so was his wife. And we've told our kids we were going to do the same thing. And we see ourselves just getting taxed out of here. And I just don't see why we have to keep, why these different taxes keep coming up. Secondly, actually, and this is the other false claim that has been coming down the pike ever since I was a little kid, is we need more commercial growth. Commercial growth will help increase the tax base, and know what, folks? Our tax rate will go down. We can't grow our way out of this. At the rate we're going, unless somebody here can swear on their mother's eyes, here's how it's going to work, and Mr. Schwind, in 5 years, you're going to start seeing a break, and it's going to go like this. I dare any of you council members, and I appreciate your being here, but I don't see why, if this is not going to benefit our community, why we should pay more taxes. Why should we bring in more and more businesses, crowd out Broad Street, take out places like Lazy Sundays? We're going to lose Brown's Hardware. We're going to lose the Sunoco that my brother used to work at. I mean, you can go all down here, Anthony's Pizza. Folks, if it's not doing the citizenry any good, then why are we doing this? And why are we called a little city? Are we a little city? Or are we going to turn into an Arlington or Clarendon or something else? So, thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you for your time. Allison Kuchma, followed by Laura Gogol. Welcome.
Good evening. Allison Kuchma, 813 Fulton Avenue. I just want to say that, that we cannot, other people have been a lot more succinct and eloquent about it, but we just can't tolerate any more taxes. I'm just talking to people that I don't want this community to become a dormitory for the schools. That people move in and they stay there 12 years and they're out of here, because that's what's happening. And the people that believe in it, when your kids are small, you believe in it because it's what you're here. But when you start, our taxes have doubled since we moved here. And you know, I want to stay. I want to try to build a community where we can stay, and we cannot build our way out of this problem. And I support the schools, but at some point, the spending has to be in check. And last year, we were told it was a bare bones budget, and we bought the high school, everyone got new laptops, and the superintendent got a raise. And there just isn't supervision on that budget. We don't know where our money goes. I went to all the budget meetings. I saw PowerPoints, but I saw no details of program analysis or, you know, like a real budget process. And that's where most of our money is going, and nobody's, where do you get to see where that money is spent? And so that's a real big concern for me, and I want to stay. I don't want to have this town be a dormitory, and please don't raise taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Laura Gogol. Okay, and you're on Mason Row. Okay. Joe Wetzel, Falls Church Chamber of Commerce. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Joe Wetzel, 800 West Broad Street. I'm here for the Chamber just simply to urge you to approve first reading so that we can all, so it can go out to boards and commissions and we can all have another look at what is now the iterations of the plans and remove, as I think it was Gary said, some of the rumors that are going out. I've heard that there might be elephants in the plan now, and if we can get it approved for first reading, we can put all of that to bed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your service on the chamber as well. Ellen Selby. Followed by Amanda Blanchard. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you. And am I speaking to the microphone? Everybody
You are
can hear.
indeed.
All right, great. I'm Ellen Selby of 833 Villa Ridge Road, and I have been of 833 Villa Ridge Road since 1997. So I know some of you, and I want to thank everybody for the work that you all do to have made Falls Church such a wonderful place to grow up in. I've marched in the Memorial Day Parade. I've shopped last minute at Brown's Hardware way too many times. I've been less than mediocre at a wide variety of rec sports. And we all know how important traditions are to the city of Falls Church. So I'm here to talk about a tradition that is relatively new, but I know is incredibly important to our city, and that is Creative Cauldron, and specifically the Learning Theater program where I work. So I hope that you will keep our work in mind when you're making these budget decisions, especially about the operating fund for Catch tonight. Obviously, in this room, I think epitomizes it. Falls Church is a place where the school system and the community are always actively working together. And I see this connection at the Learning Theater. For those of you who don't know or are not familiar with our program, Learning Theater is a workshop. Kids 6 on up take theater courses for 6 weeks and then do a 16 performance run. That's 4 shows, per weekend for 4 straight weeks, usually in front of a sold-out audience. This would be a major feat for adult professional actors, and it demands incredible dedication and enthusiasm from our student performers. When I began in the fall of 2012 working with Creative Cauldron, there were maybe a handful of Falls Church kids in that cast. When the most recent show closed, more than half of our cast were Falls Church City Public School kids. And they don't just like it. They live there. They live in this program. They're not just comfortable being on stage, they are comfortable being on stage and trying their absolute best. I now work in a middle school, a really struggling middle school in DC public schools. And the desire to belong to your community, the desire to have a safe space to do well and thrive is just as relevant here as it is there. I've witnessed a wallflower with dyslexia sing a heartwarming solo. I've seen middle school vets coach first graders through some stage fright, and I can't get my middle schoolers to do a whole lot, so that's always impressive. And one cast member said to me, the best part of Creative Cauldron is the friendships. No one here would make fun of me, and everyone here has my back. And if there's one thing I've learned teaching, well, I've learned a lot of things, but if there's one thing, it would be that it does really take a village to raise a child. Here in Falls Church, no matter what side of the budget you're on, we know that that's literal. This city raises its kids. So I hope that tonight we can all commit to keeping the arts in this village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amanda Blanchard. Welcome. Followed by Brent Krasner.
Good evening, Council. I am Amanda Blanchard. I am the president of the Falls Church City Education Association, but most importantly, I am a teacher. I first want to say thank you for all the work that you've done thus far. It is not easy to weigh the needs of our little community. The FCCA is a small part of the larger Virginia Education Association. And the VEA's primary objective is to ensure that every child in the state of Virginia has a quality education. And they advocate for funding K-12. FCCA does the same job at the local level. We advocate for our students, making sure they have the best quality education possible. When the school board put together their budget and their request, they were keeping that in mind with our input. We believe that the school board has presented a balanced budget. It currently requests about 45% of the city's budget, and that's remained flat for the last 4 years. That's lower than the surrounding areas. Most of the surrounding areas have anywhere from 48 to 51% of the city budget going to schools. We're requesting 45% of our budget. Anything less than the full funding for our schools request will have a negative impact on the high quality education that our community expects and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Brent Krasner. Okay, you'll wait for Mason Rowe. Okay. Then our next speaker is James Morrison. Mr. Morrison, welcome. Thank you for coming out.
I wish I could wait for the full Mason Rowe discussion, but unfortunately I have a plane to catch, so I'm going to go ahead and read what I have here now. I'm James Morrison. I'm speaking on behalf of the Steeples Court Homeowners Association. Our street's about 100 yards from the edge of the development. You've heard many views on Mason Rowe, and I hope the council will carefully weigh them. I attended a work session a week or so back over in the community center, and I'm sure you know that the result of that was a great many recommendations with respect to Mason Rowe. Our HOA has advised you of 3 of our specific concerns on Mason Rowe, so I'd like to just repeat them briefly. The need to improve the safety of the bike trail where it crosses West Street. It's dangerous now. It would get much more dangerous with this type of an intensive development. The need for the residents of our street to be able to enter and exit West Street when it is so congested. It's difficult now. If you add a lot of traffic, it will become even more difficult. And finally, the need to minimize the disruption of West Street by fixing the storm sewer pipe under the street at the same time as the street is being realigned, which would have the added effect of reducing the flooding on West and Steeples after major rainstorms. If you're going to do one project and then the other, you should do them at the same time. I just want to add for the record that we have noted each of these concerns to the Mason Row developers and to Peter Batten in particular, and we found him and them thoughtful and cooperative in working with us. We think that's a good sign, and perhaps it's one more thing to factor in as you decide what to do about this development. That's my statement.
Thank you very much. Have a good flight. Our next speaker is Matt Baker, followed by Russell Whitmire. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Matt Baker. I own Action Music. We're in the basement of the Shreve McGonigal building that's slated to be demolished with the Mason Row project. I've been in business for 18 years, 6 in the city of Falls Church. We have over 400 guitars in stock. We've had cameos in a couple of movies recently. We sell guitars to local players and bands you've probably, everybody in the room at one point or another has heard of. I have 10 employees. And the developer came down about a year and a half ago, took one look at my shop, and after 15 minutes looked at me and said, wow, moving this will be tough. And that was that. I got below market rent there because I built out and renovated the space myself. I just have some comments I want to make and then 2 requests. When I moved from Arlington to Falls Church, my sales declined 25% after the move. I moved 1 3/4 miles. So when you're moving a small business, generally speaking, there's a big hit in income. And I would just rhetorically ask how long did it take people to go to Anthony's after they moved over to their new location. So basically, here's just a very brief rundown of the expenses that I will face. And I'm not asking for a handout from Mason Row, and I'm not asking for a handout from the council, but in my meetings with people in various departments in Falls Church government, it just seems like people don't really understand how the sausage gets made. So very quickly, this is how it works. Double rent while moving, double insurance, double utilities and deposits for the new location. Build out is $5,000 to $100,000, depending on how you decide to build it out and how grand you go with it. Printing, advertising the move, networking computers and systems. We carry products from over 70 different manufacturers, notifying them. Web updates, security, alarms, locks, cameras, etc. Moving costs and downtime associated with it. The challenge of trying to run the business while trying to move it. And approximately last time I did some numbers, and it took about 700 hours to move the business last time. It'll probably take me 600 to 1,000 hours to move it this time. Listening to everyone testifying about schools, I live in Arlington, sorry, and taxes, I feel bad even coming up and asking for what I'm going to ask for, but I came to do this, so I'm going to do it anyway. I love my job, and I'm lucky to have it, but I would really appreciate it if the city could waive sign permit fees to move. I've already signed a lease for another space in the city, because I believe that Mason Row is inevitable. But I would like for the City of Falls Church to waive sign fees, certificate of occupancy fees, and zoning fees for businesses that choose to remain in the City of Falls Church and do business in the City of Falls Church. I would also like to request fast-track zoning and inspections that happen within 48 to 72 hours for certificate of occupancy. When we moved here sorry, time's up, gotta go. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening.
I tell you, I know. If you have something else you want to say briefly, go ahead and okay.
I continue doing business in the City of Falls Church. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Russell Whitmire, to be followed by Debbie Roth. Welcome, sir.
My name is Russell Whitmire. I'm an employee at Falls Church City, Sunoco. I've worked there over 21 years. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my employer, Kenny Curley, who could not be here tonight. We have an issue we'd like to bring to the attention of the City Council and its residents regarding the Mason Row project. From the Freedom of Information Act, we were able to obtain an email from Councilman Z to Chet DeLong, dated Tuesday, January 27, 2015. I'd like to read it to you now. Hello, Chet and fellow library staff and supporters. Just seeing this email now, I am a great fan of libraries and have sought to visit many of our great libraries on our planet. I also believe that we have an unprecedented opportunity to build a library now that will last another 50 years. I asked to be the one to provide the preliminary cost information to you because I have been working with the Spectrum Development Organization since 2013 and understand their position well at this point. What's key in that second paragraph is I have been working with the Spectrum Development Organization since 2013. Since the Mason Row project first reading wasn't introduced until July of 2014, we feel that there's a conflict of interest. Councilman Z should abstain from all votes considering the Mason Row project. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address ended with, "The government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." For the year this project has been going on, we seem to only have more questions today than we started in July. Though I took a poll on the Falls Church News Press website last Monday. It asked about your concerns with the Mason Row project, and after answering displacing existing businesses as my major concern, I found that 93% of the citizens who took that poll also agreed with me. They have major concerns, and 7% had no objections at all. And those choices were size of the project, traffic, displacing existing businesses, environmental, and other concerns. My brother-in-law lives across the street from the Dunn-Loring Metro, and they built a parking garage there. I'm not sure how big it is, but it's like 6 or 7 or 8 stories tall. It's like the size of a football field, and I can just imagine that's what's going to happen to Falls Church City. You'll be able to see this 6-story parking garage from the high school all the way down through Great Falls, all the way down to Little Falls Street. So thank you for your time tonight.
Our next speaker is Deb Roth. Deborah Roth, followed by Marty Meserve. Okay, so you'll wait till Mason Row. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me put that back over here. Marty Meserve. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Marty Meserve. I live at 708 Berry Street. You've heard from many citizens of all the good that has come of the investment you have made in the arts and culture through the Catch grants. This small investment, and I want to emphasize that we're talking about $25,000 here, gives huge returns to the city in economic activity, community building, personal enrichment, visibility of the city, and civic pride. Few investments bring such impressive returns. People choose to live here because of our convenient location and our schools, but also, and maybe most importantly, for the sense of community that exists in Falls Church. Falls Church is a remarkable place known for the energy, dedication, and tremendous effort its volunteers bring to the city, and the arts community is no exception. Without these volunteers and the programs and activities they create and support, Falls Church would be a shadow of itself. Just as these people give to the city must recognize those contributions by giving back to the organizations these people represent. Council demonstrated an understanding of the value of the arts when it established an Arts and Cultural District and an Arts and Humanities Council. It is important that Council continue its investment in these areas and recognize that a small contribution from the city can make a huge difference to a small nonprofit. Operating grants must be awarded along with continued funding of project grants. Art cannot be created if you can't pay the bills. It's crucial that you continue to invest in those things that make a community stand out to those who live and work here and to people who visit here. The citizens have made and continue to make their investment in our city. We urge you to continue to stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gina Kachechi. Gina, are you here? I think I saw you. Yeah, I did say you, probably slightly off. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gina Kachechi. I live at 204 North Van Buren Street. I also have my business here in Falls Church. My kid grew up through the schools. I'm still here, and he's graduated 9 years ago, and I'm going to be pulled out feet first from my house. But that's not what brings me here tonight. I'm here as a volunteer, more specifically as president of the board of Creative Cauldron. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I spoke about the quality of the productions and the performances and the programs that Creative Cauldron brings here to Falls Church City. And I mentioned how we had been nominated for 2 Helen Hayes Awards. Those awards were held Monday, April 6th.
Pray tell what happened.
Drum roll, please. And in today's Washington Post, in the A section, there is a half-page ad announcing all of the winners of the 2015 Helen Hayes Awards. And guess who's in there? Right here.
Pray tell.
Right there. Right there. Alan Naylor won for Best Lead in a Musical for Jacques Brel is Alive and Well and Living in Paris from Creative Cauldron, 410 South Maple Avenue, Falls Church, Virginia, 22046. And the website is www.creativecauldron.org. I hope each of you will come to one of our productions or presentations. Right now, our Passport to the World series is happening, so you can travel the world without leaving Falls Church. Thank you for your past support. Let me encourage you very strongly to continue and increase your support of Creative Cauldron through the Catch Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker it's Michael, it's the last name Mort. I can't read the writing very well. Welcome to you, sir. Did I get that right? Yes. Great.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Mort. I live at 154 Reese Place. I'm here to first oppose the 4 cents real estate rate tax increase and also to oppose the increase in the school budget. I'm an academic. I have a PhD, I have a JD, I believe in education, I love education. But throwing money at schools unendingly is not a guarantee of greater education. Secondly, tax increases. We have a great city here, a lot of people want to live here, but unending tax increases can lead to lowering property values. So I believe in creativity, innovation, and that's what we should be teaching our students. Innovation, responsibility, fiscal responsibility, and accountability. So we have Arbor Day coming up. Kids are going to be planting trees. Ask them how they might help the city save money. Thanks much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jane Rasmussen, followed by Wendy Freeman. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jane Rasmussen. I live at 711 Timber Lane. I am the treasurer of George Mason High School PTSA, and the president wanted me to say hello because she is homesick, unfortunately. I'm here to speak in behalf of the school budget and actually raising taxes. My opinion and my reason for that is not necessarily the same as all of my membership, although I can say that the PTSA supports funding the school budget fully. So I'm here to talk today about money. You know that Jerry Maguire movie, Show Me the Money, right? You've heard the expression, cash is king. I moved here 20 years ago. I paid $216,000 for my house. I put about $150,000 in it, so maybe, I don't know, I've got $400,000. I know that today I could sell my house for $900,000. That's a $500,000 profit. I happen to think, if you look at the math, that in the last 5 years, the value of my house has gone up about, let's say, minimum $250,000. In the last 5 years, there's been at least one teacher who has suffered a low salary and has not been paid $10,000 price salary differential with Arlington. So that teacher has made a sacrifice for the last 5 years of $50,000. I've gained $250,000 and she lost $250,000. And I will tell you that there are at least 10 residents just like me in this city who've gained $250,000 in the last 5 years. That's $2.5 million spread across 10 people. And there's at least 10 teachers at our school that have made that same sacrifice of $10,000. That's a 10 times, 50,000 times 10, $500,000 sacrifice over there. Shame on us. Shame on us. I'm getting rich and wealthy off the backs of our teachers. We should pay them. My house is worth what it's worth because of that school and because of those teachers and that administration. That's why I'm wealthy, and I'm getting wealthier. And you know what else? My kids are getting an amazing education. One of the reasons I want them to get an amazing education is to go to the best schools, get a great job, and make a lot of money. Cash is king, and they are going to achieve that, and I'm going to achieve my retirement fund or the money I need to put them through school because of what those teachers and that administration is doing right now. And they're making sacrifices that they shouldn't have to make. I am willing to give them some of my money so that they should be paid the money that they deserve for what they're doing and because they're making me wealthy. Done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Wendy Freeman, followed by Max Belmar. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters in Falls Church. In 2011, the Falls Church League of Women Voters published a study backed up by sound methodologies and empirical data that clearly demonstrates how important the arts are to Falls Church. Tangible benefits include economic growth and improved student test scores. Less tangible benefits include stronger social bonds and a stronger sense of community. Our fine and performing arts groups compete for talent and donations with those in nearby communities of Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax, the District of Columbia, and Bethesda, all of which have vibrant arts programs. The city's arts organizations still produce quality programs, arts education, and performances. As one example, as just mentioned, just last week, Alan Naylor won the prestigious Helen Hayes Award. Yet financially, most of these organizations are in the incubator stage, and they need operating as well as programmatic funds. I've attended numerous public meetings on the city budget and fully appreciate the difficult trade-offs the council is facing this year. You have my deepest. Despite these constraints, the League hopes that the council will find a way to provide much-needed operating support for our arts organizations in this budget cycle. To reap the enormous benefits they can provide, we need to nurture them during these crucial years as they continue to grow, thrive, and excel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service to the League of Women Voters. Max Belmar is our next speaker. Are you here, sir? Oh, welcome. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Max Belmar of 6356 Crooked Oak Lane, and I'm in 6th grade at Glasgow Middle School. I'm a veteran to Creative Cauldron's Learning Theater program. I am now 12 years old and have been doing the program for 3 years, but I'm still passionate for acting in the Learning Theater program. I believe that Creative Cauldron is an inspiration to me and many other people who do anything with them. How everyone comes together to create masterpieces over and over is always amazing to see. It is really cool to see Creative Cauldron firsthand create the impossible and bringing the magic to audiences time and time again. And audience members need to eat. They're hungry people. Many people from places like Virginia, the District of Columbia, Maryland, and beyond come to Creative Cauldron to see a play or a cabaret, and then after they'll enjoy the atmosphere of the Falls Church City community. Whether it's going to Pizzeria Orso or Dogwood Tavern for a quick bite, or going to places like Stylish Patina or Stiefel and Capra to browse before or after a show. I know my mom's guilty of all these things. In any event, Creative Cauldron brings lots of business to the city of Falls Church. All of these experiences have made me realize that Creative Cauldron is a home with a family. And a lot of people want the Creative Cauldron family to live on for many years to come. I know this is true. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Good job. Our next speaker is Farrell Kelly, followed by Christina New. I don't know what's your first name. Yeah. Hi, welcome, Mr. Kelly. That's all I know.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kelly.
I'm Mr. Kelly, also known as Farrell Kelly. I live at 600 Roosevelt Boulevard. I've been to a lot of these meetings, but this is my first time getting up and speaking. I want to thank y'all, first of all, for the work you do, taking what is sometimes a cacophony of voices and trying to bring them into a harmony that everybody can enjoy hearing. I'm here today to speak in favor of fully funding the school transfer. You serve a diverse constituency with diverse needs. As I said, you listen to a lot of voices, and you try to make sense out of all the voices that you hear. Just to let you know, I live in the city now, but I grew up in Arlington, and I'm a product of the Arlington County Public Schools, a proud product. When I was applying for jobs up here, I'm a teacher at Mary Ellen Henderson Middle School. When I was applying for jobs up here, and I told my mom that I had gotten hired in Falls Church, she was ecstatic because she was like, that's the school system. That's the one. She knew that I was going to be working with some of the best teachers in the Commonwealth of Virginia, in the United States, in the world. And I've been lucky to be able to do so. I want to say that the schools are important. And we all know that, but they really do drive the reputation of the city. And the reputation of the city brings people here. It raises the price of the homes. It raises all the boats. We are in danger of leaving some boats behind. What hasn't been mentioned tonight is the fact that you serve a lot of constituents, including the students of the schools. And the schools are growing in population, a lot. It's not a matter of just throwing money at the schools because the schools want more money. It's a matter of keeping per pupil spending relatively even so that the students of today and tomorrow have the same opportunities that the students who came through last year, the year before, and the year before that have. Populations have grown in the schools by over 20% in just the past few years. That's significant. And there are two things that we do to try and make sure that the level of education is what it should be for them. One is to provide them with the materials and the facilities they need. But two is to keep this the best population of teachers, I believe, in the Commonwealth. I'm ridiculously lucky to go to work with the people that I do every day. They're passionate, they put in extra time, they are creative and thoughtful, and they do come up with ways to make the most out of sometimes not the most. We do this every day. We do this every day because we love your kids, and we want what's best for them. We want what's best for this community. And we hope that you will fully fund what is in the best interest not just of the schools, but of the city. We hear sometimes that the city and the schools are not together, but really our interests are aligned. And I hope that you realize that as you make the hard decisions before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all three of my kids have had Mr. Kelly, who's a first-rate, excellent teacher. Thank you. Ms. New, Christina New, welcome.
Yes, hi, Christina New, 413 Lincoln Avenue. Good evening, everyone, council members, mayor. Thank you for your service to Falls Church City and for taking the time this evening to listen to all the citizens here. The issue of the school board request for additional funds piqued my interest when I read that the significant budget drive is the need to address the salary gap in teachers' pay, because apparently we're losing teachers to nearby Arlington. I support our schools and our teachers. I love them. I think they're great. But I disagree with attrition being an issue, and I recommend council does not approve the school board's budget. Both Falls Church City Public Schools and Washington Area Boards of Education have information on attrition rates. The professional staff leaving Falls Church City Schools for other positions was presented by the schools. There was a 13% turnover rate for 2014, which includes those that leave because they move out of the area, they have left the profession, they retired, or they choose to teach at another jurisdiction. Only 3% left for another jurisdiction, and the data does not specifically specify that they left for Arlington. The national attrition rate from Department of Education is 8%, so I don't believe Falls Church City has any kind of retention problem. Additionally, attrition and salary are not directly correlated. Employees may leave for better opportunities, easier commute, different management, school environment, etc., etc. Although a few Arlington salaries are marginally higher than Falls Church City in most categories is higher than neighboring Fairfax. If salary were correlated to attrition, there should be ample teachers available from Fairfax, and finding good talent at a decent salary should not be an issue. Next, I believe we have to look at the impact of the tax increase on those with fixed incomes and those of us who have not received cost of living increases in recent years. Many people come to Falls Church for the schools, and then they leave the area for lower tax rates. Economically, we need people to stay after their kids finish school in order to help pay for our schools. The median tax bill is $8,600. If you have 2 children in your household, you are paying an average of $8,600, but you are using $34,000 of services to educate your kids. Residents without children are needed to help offset these costs because they're paying real estate taxes, but they're not using the school services. It's a balance of revenue and expenses. So let's not scare those households to other jurisdictions. We need their money. I know this is an election year, and I hope you take these facts into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ann Polivka. Okay, Mason Rowe. Okay. Laura Hall. Ms. Hall, are you here?
Yes, I would actually like to give over, I could not have spoken as eloquently as some of my wonderful patrons, and I would love to give my time up to somebody else who's on the docket a little bit later, if that's okay.
Okay, sure. Our next speaker. Or you giving it to this gentleman? Sure, come on up. Thank you, Mr. Brook. If you could state your name and address.
Sure. My name's Tom Brook. I'm here as a volunteer. I'm a volunteer pro bono lawyer and volunteer stage mover, if I have to, at Creative Cauldron, which we've heard from plenty of speakers today. I also, through an accident of geography, live about 100 yards outside the city, but my family and I, my kids, my young kids, are definite members of this community. We shop in the city. We shop at all the stores in the city. We eat here. We participate in rec. You name it. This is our home, and we love Falls Church. I'm a native Northern Virginian, so I understand how it works around here. We are huge advocates of the city, and I'm here today as a huge advocate for Creative Cauldron and arts funding in general. And we've heard from a number of speakers to talk about the arts in and of themselves and how important they are. I'd like to follow up on something Max Belmar, the 6th grader, who's great. He's a great actor, works with my daughters, and love seeing him on stage. What Max said, how the arts and Creative Cauldron, the Falls Church Art Space, is a generator, an economic generator for the cities. It's exactly what the city's been talking about doing with Mason Rowe and more commercial development. It brings dollars into the city. It gets people spending money in the city, at the surrounding restaurants, at the surrounding shops, at the surrounding stores, in Falls Church, and it's all due to the fact that you've got activity, action, people at the theater. They are participating both at rehearsals several nights a week. There's always action going on there, and you know what? Those people have to eat, and they see shops around there where they want to spend their money. The patrons come in and spend their money there, not just on tickets, but on the art that's sold in the Falls Church Art Space and in the surrounding restaurants in the area. There's plenty of economic studies that's been done by this about the value of arts and the value of a magnet, whether it's the Verizon Center downtown or the art space, and back up this proposition. art funding is good in and of itself. There's no doubt about that. I'm a big supporter of it. It benefited me, helped me get to where I am today, and I hope it does with my kids. It's great for the quality of life, but as I wanted to remind the council, as we talk about dollars and cents, the arts are an economic benefit for the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Rice, followed by Jamie Craig. Mr. Rice, welcome.
I'm Jim Rice, 1110 Jackson Court, Falls Church. And I wrote a letter 2 weeks ago to the News Press that was published about this issue, which is a taxation issue. I guess I have a theoretical question. Is there an upper limit to the tax rate that we can sustain in the city? The commercial development will never catch up to the expenditures for housing or for education. People like me, I have a daughter graduating this year from George Mason, my second. And if I sell, you're going to have more kids in the school for the same tax rate, but I don't want to pay almost $10,000 a year for property tax for a 3-bedroom Cape Cod. And I don't think long-term paying for great schools and lack of commercial development is sustainable. So this year we're going to $1.34. In 2 years it'll be $1.40. In 5 years it'll be $1.50. Is there a point at which we will stop going up with taxes? Is there a theoretical limit that's going to be sustainable? That's just, I wanted to raise that issue because I think we're not sustainable going forward with this model.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Craig? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you again.
You too.
Members of council, thank you. I'll try and be brief. My comments are to Mason Rowe. First, I'll just address the comments that came in by email. There were only 2 that spake in favor, and there were 14 that were opposed or had significant concerns raised. A couple of specific points. The residential lot conversion that's been requested is a problem. It's a problem for the adjacent neighbors because it's going to have a devaluing impact on their single-family residences, and that's very concerning to me. I will hear about that as a chairman of the Board of Equalization. We will see appeals from that. The conversion is also contrary to the lot splitting rules which this board put into place a year and a half ago to stop the destruction of single-family lots and the increasing density. It's not part of the comprehensive plan anywhere that I could find. And the garage is marked as final in the proposal. I don't think that's an appropriate use for that space. So I would ask that you not allow that residential lot conversion. In checking with the assessor's office, this site represents approximately 10% of our B1 zoning in the city. We did an acreage count with the GIS. Please be careful how we use it. If we convert it to multifamily with this high-rise apartment building, we won't have any place to put businesses that do want to come to town, and that is concerning because those businesses would pay similar taxes but not demand the services that apartment buildings would consume. We have a large number of multifamily units in process with unknown impacts to the city schools and services. Prior to moving forward aggressively with a new project, I think we should have a better understanding of what the impacts of those projects will be. There is a call for approximately $2.5 million in payments based on the number of units in the proposal. My question is that enough? 96 of the 1-bedroom units include dens, so that essentially makes them 2-bedroom units, which makes half the project 2-bedroom capable. That concerns me. The sentiment in the last meeting was 22 out of 24 people were opposed, with 1 in favor but conditionally and 1 person in favor. Russell mentioned 94% on the Falls Church News Press. And then lastly, there was an article in the Falls Church Times online a few weeks ago about the library and a lot of stuff. There was a FOIA packet that was sent around. I'd like to submit it to the board. I think you all should have an opportunity to read what came out of this. There are some comments in here by certain council members and exchanges between council members and the board that are concerning and indicate a potential lack of transparency. All right, so I'd just like to make sure that if we're going to approve it, let's approve it in public. Let's not have folks talking off the record. All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Our next speaker is Tom Brook, followed by Rohini Winters. She spoke. It looks like this is on Mason Rowe. Okay, if you can keep your comments a second time brief, typically we'll just have 1 slot allowed for each person. But if you can, just keep them brief. We'll let you do it this time. Mr. Brook, Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, well, come on back up then, if you can briefly. Let us know your thoughts on Mason Row.
Thank you for your indulgence. Rohini Winters, 324 Grove Avenue. I would ask that you not approve the height variance requested by the developer without proper transition to the neighborhoods. It's too massive, the scale is not right, and despite their extraordinary efforts to work with the neighbors and residents in the West End, we're all still too concerned that it's still too big. Reduce the number of residential units and really consider that objection to the name, because that is not the only person who objects to the name. Something along the lines of a little city station might be more charming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, at least at the moment, is Kristen Horbuckle. Did I get your name right? Hi, welcome. Thanks for coming out.
My name is Kristen Hornbuckle. I live at 503 Randolph Street. I am a proud participant of Creative Cauldron. Creative Cauldron contributes a lot to the young people of Falls Church. It builds positive characteristics in the youth, including self-esteem, creativity, dedication, work ethic, friendships, and community. I recommend the council continue and increase funding for Creative Cauldron. I also recommend full funding for our excellent schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk, are there any more speakers, additional slips that you may have received? No? Okay. I do have a stack of speakers who want to wait for Mason Row, and I have one, Barb Cram, on the budget. So you can either speak now or you can wait a couple minutes. Well, come on up. Let's get these speakers banged out. I think we'll be. Welcome, Ms. Cram.
Thank you. Okay, the budget. My name is Barb Cram. I live at 212 East Jefferson Street in Falls Church. I've lived in Falls Church for 37 years. Of that, 28, I guess, is in the city. And I didn't have any kids at the time ever go to the schools. I came here because of the people. I love the sense of community here. I love the fact there was volunteerism. I love the fact there was history. And not that there's anything against the schools. I don't want it to be taken that way. I think they're fine. And I just thought it was really funky, and I really liked Falls Church when I first moved here, and I still like it. So I've been able to grow and change as the town changes. But I did want to say that the culture has really been a culture of volunteerism since I've been here. And I'm a little worried that when this generation goes, we're going to have sort of a void. And that's why I'm so grateful. And I just wanted to say how important those Catch project grants have been, as well as the operations. It's given those volunteers a real pat on the back and encouragement, and there's been a lot of work that's been done for nothing, really. And, you know, it paid for the printing, for the Civil War trails. It helped push forward a project that was funded entirely by the other nonprofits in the churches, all the Civil War trail signs. So I think it's something that's really special here. It's something that should be treasured, and not a lot of people speak to it because they're so busy getting the work done. I know that there's a lot of spirit here, and it's really made our city what it is, and that's why you serve. You know exactly what I'm speaking about. And I just want to thank you for the grants that you've given us, and I think that the foundation and the Humanities Council has benefited greatly, and I urge you to help us continue that. So that's my budget statement.
Thank you very much for your statement. And we appreciate all your good work with the arts and Creative Cauldron and Watch Night and all the other things you do through the years. So it's much appreciated. It looks like we have one last speaker who has spoken already, but we'll give you another short, brief time to speak. Mr. Thurston, if you would please come on up. I think you're the last speaker for this time.
Good evening, I'm Keith Thurston, 1015 Birch, speaking on behalf of the Village Society. We had submitted a letter earlier in support of the grants funding that it's not just, you heard a lot about Creative Cauldron, which is wonderful, but also the other groups that are involved as well do a lot for the city, and it's a very small amount of money relative to the overall budget that we're talking about. Also, we support the full funding of the Cherry Hill staff resources to make them full-time. Currently, they're part-time, and because of that, there's certain things in the state that we don't have a full-time person for tourism and history, for instance. If we had that person full-time, she does much more than just Cherry Hill, then we would then be qualified for other things at the state level that we currently are not. It's one of the checkpoints that we haven't met for a certified city. So the Village Society did log in its support for these grants, both types, operational and project grants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unless we have, thank you, Marty. Unless we have any other speakers, I think for the moment we are done with public speakers, unless there's anyone else in the audience who has not had an opportunity to speak and wishes to speak. With that, why don't we go on to the first item, Madam Clerk? If you could, what's that?
Mayor Tarter,
Yes, I'm
members of
sorry.
council,
Are there any?
Given the very full agenda, I will just provide my report in writing. If that
Great,
makes
thanks.
the council,
All right, Madam Clerk, will you go ahead and call the first item then?
Yes.
A question for Mr. Shields.
All right, if you got a question, go ahead.
Yeah, if we can just get a report out. I had requested some status updates on what was happening on the tennis court on Cherry as it related to the stormwater, which you mentioned at the last manager's report.
I did, and we will be providing a written report to the neighbors, and if I could provide that report to the city council as well. But we're working to resolve those contractual issues, and we'll have a report out to the neighborhood very shortly.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the city manager? If not, Madam Clerk, why don't you go ahead and read the first item, call the first item.
TO 1504, ordinance fixing and determining the budget of expenditures and revenues, appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2016 general fund, school operating fund, school community service fund, and school food service fund, sewer fund, and stormwater fund.
Thank you. Mr. Shields, do you have a report or some information for us?
Just very briefly, Mayor Tarter, I'll just speak to process and the changes that have resulted from rebidding the city's and schools' health insurance and the effect that that has on the budget that was originally presented to you. I would just say, first on process, we did have a town hall meeting on Saturday. It was the best attended town hall meeting I think we've had since we started having these probably 5 years ago. And so I appreciate the public that has turned out for those. That hearing or that meeting was taped and is on the city webpage, as well as the presentations that were given then. In terms of process, the council has a work session scheduled for April 20th, which is next Monday, and we'll be working through with council the final markup for the budget, and then final action is scheduled for April 27th on all 4 of these budget items. The process that we're in right now of getting the public input is really a process of turning what is the manager's proposed budget to the council into the community's budget, and the council being the final decider on that. We do have some technical changes that were reported by Mr. Castillo, and essentially what those are is in the budget that I presented to the council on March 9th, there was a $1.4 million gap, which would be closed by a 4-cent increase in the tax rate. Since then, with the reductions that were discussed earlier on the general government side and on the school side, due to the rebidding of the insurance, as well as the school board's request that the school bus be funded through a debt instrument as opposed through cash, the net effect of those is that the gap is no longer $1.4 million, but is $940,000, which is the equivalent of 2.75 cents on the tax rate. And so that's where things stand right now on the tax rate. The council has also had discussion here on the capital improvements program. I won't provide any updates on that, but if there are any comments on that or questions on that, Cindy Mester and I and Richard LeContre are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Before we get started, I'd just like to make a disclosure. I've consulted with the city attorney and make the following declaration before City Council's consideration of the proposed fiscal year 16 or 2016 city budget. My wife is employed as a clinic aide by the Falls Church City Schools. I am, however, a member of a class of 3 or more persons that may be affected by the approval of the FY16 budget, and I can participate in the transaction fairly, objectively, in the public interest. Ms. Connolly, do you have something to say?
I do. I'm going to read a similar disclosure. I have consulted with the city attorney and make the following declaration before City Council's consideration of the proposed fiscal year 16 city budget. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board and therefore am a member of a group of 3 or more persons that may be affected by the approval of the FY16 budget. I can participate in the transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. And Mr. Mayor, can I read another statement?
Of course.
Just I want to put this out there. And this is to a lot of people in the community that have asked questions about my role as a school employee and a member of the City Council. So I'd like to address a question that's come up in the past week, some in online comments and also at Saturday's town hall meeting. Some people in Falls Church continue to ask if my dual role as a school employee and City Council member poses a conflict of interest. I've been asked if I would recuse myself from voting on the city's FY16 budget. I will not recuse myself from the budget vote or any vote related to the schools. Citizens of Falls Church elected me because I provide balance, thoughtfulness, and am willing to make hard decisions. That is what I have been doing and plan to continue to do as a member of this council. Prior to launching my campaign, I consulted with the Falls Church City Attorney, who researched the matter with colleagues across Virginia. At the time, it was John Foster, and he reported that a school or city employee on City Council is a legal and common occurrence in Virginia. Earlier today, I spoke with the Virginia attorney who wrote the book for the Virginia Municipal League on conflict of interest. He assured me that my situation is perfectly legal as long as I disclose, as I do at the beginning of every budget discussion. In other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, teachers and police officers serve on local councils. And in fact, Fredericksburg, Virginia, currently has 2 school employees on their city council. Throughout my service on council, I have shown that I'm able to consider the matters related to the schools fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. Last year, I was the first of 4 council members to vote yes on the FY15 budget, and I want to remind you, that budget did not fully fund the school request. For a fleeting moment leading up to that vote, I wished that I could recuse myself. But when you're elected to City Council, you have to do what you think is best for the whole city. After weighing many factors and listening to many voices. In that case, I voted to hold the tax rate steady and cut a small amount from the school transfer request. If you watch the tape from that meeting, you'll hear the quaver in my voice as I explain how I came to that decision. You can be sure that I heard from dissatisfied citizens that this was not the outcome that they had expected when they elected me. So my fellow citizens, all of you, are sending your opinions to all 7 city council members. Some want us to ensure arts funding, others to fully fund the school request, others to keep the tax rate steady, and others want all 3 and more. What kind of responsible elected official opts out of participating in this process? Good times are ahead for Falls Church if we as a community can continue to work together. As School Board Chair Justin Castillo likes to say, there is no city without the schools and no schools without the city. We are one entity, and I, for one, plan to do my part as a citizen and elected council member.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baruch, do you have something
Thank
to
you.
add?
Yeah, I had a couple questions based on the city manager's earlier comments on the where we're at on the budget. So on the issue of the purchase of the buses for the schools, I guess from what I saw that was handed out, it showed as a removal of bus purchase. But Mr. Shields, you just reported that it's debt financing the buses. Can someone clarify that, please? Jones, Mr. Shields, either one of you.
Well, I think the schools could speak to what their intent is on it, but what our discussions have been, we're planning to use short-term debt instruments for equipment purchases, dump truck purchase, police car purchases over the coming fiscal year. And we would, I think the school board would like to join in that and finance its bus purchases that way as well.
If the notion is bus purchases or other fleet issues that we would normally pay through PAYGO monies and one-time monies going towards that, if we can kind of get a cost breakout of what bonding this out is going to cost us, I think this goes to a lot of the transparency comments we've heard Some members of the public and my fellow council members and school board members have heard me talk about this, that this is really on the capital improvement program, where normally a city would pay for one-time expenses such as fleet or buses via cash. We've stripped that out of the budget. Now we're talking about debt servicing it. And if you look at how you do your own home financing, you may need to do that, but it ends up costing you more in the long run. You may save today, but you end up paying for it tomorrow. And if we're talking about transparency, we need to get a full understanding of that. So if we're talking about city fleet that we're going to be bonding and school fleet that we're going to be bonding versus paying cash for it, I think that we may, and I'm not suggesting we don't do it or do it, but I do think we need to publicly put it out there that, you know, if it's a $100,000 vehicle, that vehicle is now in the long run going to cost us to the tune of $130,000, $140,000. We're just paying for it in later years. So I'm not going to view that as a savings as we start talking about the budget. That is just not the way to do it. It's not transparent, and we shouldn't be patting ourselves in the back saying, hey, we just saved some money this year when we know in the long run we're going to pay more. I'm simply not, you know, I may vote for it if we're going to do those types of things, but we should at least have transparency. And from what I'm seeing today on that, that was not clear. So if we can get those numbers as we move forward to next week. Thank you.
I guess to follow up with that, it looks like what we received shows a reduction of $90,000. How much is the school bus going to cost? Is it about, I thought it was about $90,000.
Yeah, so that's one school bus taken out of, there was one school bus that the schools had put into the transfer request that comes out of the transfer request and would be debt financed instead.
But I mean, wouldn't we have to pay something towards it? I mean, a proration of principal or interest on it? In other words, it wouldn't go to zero, would it?
Our intent is with the with this bus and the dump truck and the vehicles is we would purchase them with a refunding resolution, and when we next issue debt, we would include that in that debt issuance. And we currently anticipate that that would be in FY17, and so there is no debt service in FY16 either. That's the schedule that we're following.
And this, I'm sorry to jump in, but this gets to my point. I mean, if we're taking sort of the fleet off and we're just debt servicing it, the debt is going to come on issue next year and the following years. So yes, I get that it's a budgetary savings for this year, but it's not an overall budgetary savings for next year and the future years. You're just not paying for the thing this year. Just the way it works in budgeting. You sort of get a pass for the first month because you're debt financing your car. So let's not make it more complicated than it is. And I know that's, you know, we're doing it for prudential reasons, but we got to be honest about the fleet issues because it's deferred maintenance that we haven't done for a number of years and it's going to catch up. So we should have a discussion about it, and I'm going to talk about why kind of having these transparency issues on the budget is so important, because there's a reason why we're at this today is because of actions we took, you know, last year this time. So I'll talk about those in just a minute, but I'll reserve those comments for now.
So just one last question on this. What's the term of financing? Is it 5-year or 10-year on the budget of the buses and other fleet vehicles?
It'd be 5 years.
5 years, okay. All right, any other questions on that particular item or on other items? Is there any other follow-up information, Mr. Shields, that you were going to give us? Or have you pretty much given us what we'd asked for previously?
No, any detailed work in terms of the preliminary markup sheet, I was anticipating we'd have those discussions on April 20th.
Okay. Are there other questions for Mr. Shields? Comments? Mr. Brook?
Just wanted to clarify the number that we're on. So right now we're take away all these subtractions, some that are true savings, some that are not true savings, you kind of put it in the mix. We're looking at a $1.25 increase. Is that sort of where we're at, Mr. Shields?
Well, it's a $1.25 decrease from where we started, so we're at a $2.75 increase.
I'm sorry, I wrote that, then I forgot it. Yes, so we're at a $2.75 increase. Thank you.
Other comments? Ms. Conley? Yeah, please. Yes.
I'd just like to have our treasurer make a report on her request. You put in a request in the budget for an additional employee.
Yes.
And I just want to.
Why don't you come on up to the
Can I ask some
microphone, Ms.
questions
Costa?
about that? Sorry.
We were going to talk about that tonight, sorry.
Are we not talking about that?
Well, I don't know, it depends.
I'm sorry.
If you're not prepared to
If you're not
speak to it
prepared, we
tonight.
can wait on that one.
That's fine. We weren't going to talk about that tonight, were we? I hadn't thought we were. I wasn't prepared to either, so.
Okay, so let's wait till next time on
Okay,
that one.
thank
That's
you.
fine. Sorry about that.
Did you have anything else of any flavor? Okay, does someone else want to talk? Not sure anyone else. Mr. Baruch, go ahead.
I'm happy to, since I started the discussion. Again, in the effort of transparency, I think it's important to talk about, how we got to where we're at on this budget. And it's not, let's face it, it's not just about the schools this go around and the school request. The council, in some ways, put itself in this position in the last budget, one that myself and another member did not support, and that was essentially utilizing up to 6 cents of essentially the savings account that we had to fund operating expenses to the city, and just growing the budget, and not cutting it, not increasing taxes, but just borrowing money to pay for it. No different than borrowing from your 401k plan to pay to go out to dinner. That's what the council chose to do. Or borrowing from your kids' savings account for college to go out to dinner. So we're paying for it in one way or another this year. So that's a little bit of history of how we got to where we're at. So this notion that somehow it's all because of the school request, et cetera, isn't fully transparent given the actions that the council took last go around. So I just wanted to state that before we sort of roll up our sleeves and start doing the line item issues and start talking about it. I think it's really important to get a sense of it's not just about 1 year budgeting, but it's about multi-year budgeting. And that's why I raised the issue about what seems like not a big thing. So you're, bonding out a bus or a couple cars or a dump truck. It catches up with you. And if you don't look at it past the 1 year horizon, you just kind of keep digging holes for yourselves and for the community without sort of knowing what we're getting into. So, we're going to get past this budget, but I'm much more interested in making sure as a young family, I know I don't look that young, that I have a 2-year-old, but I do. I want to make sure that the school and the community is there for my daughter in the long run. So I'm not in the business, especially on an election year, of sitting here and telling the community we're going to do a 0-cent tax rate increase or we're going to lower the taxes without looking at the long term. So I think we need to do that. We owe our citizens, our kids, that long-term look, not just on this year's budget, not just on expenditures and revenue, but also on economic development, which is going to be the second half of this meeting. So I just wanted to say that's going to be what I'm looking towards as we look at this budget, not just this year's budget. And I hope my fellow council members and the community will join me in that discussion.
Thank you. Other speakers? Other council comments? Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. It's been my good fortune to be here over the long term for 30 years, and I've been able to walk in the shoes of pretty much everybody here. I was a young married without kids for several years. I was a young parent with very young preschool kids. Was a parent of kids in schools for many years. Now the kids are graduated, and so we're empty nesters. And so the imperative to think over the long term just sort of comes naturally to me, and to try to identify with each of you who's come forward today and remember what life was like when I was in that position. That's just by way of sort of saying how I approach the work that is ahead of us. And we do have some work ahead of us. We're making good progress, I think, as you've heard tonight. My experience is that if you keep the pressure on and look for savings and look for efficiencies and economies, you can find some things. And that's what we're engaged in right now. My experience is also that sometimes investments can be made in one way and they can be made another way. And we are, I think, going to be doing some significant work in the capital infrastructure area. That puts some pressures on operating expenses on both the city side and the school side. I would like to take us back to the good old days here in Falls Church, which I recall when we faced the need to construct Mary Ellen Henderson Middle School. We knew that was going to be a significant expense, and we agreed as a community, school board, city council together, that our operating expenses would be restrained for a certain number of years in order for the whole community to move ahead together on that very important building. We did that, we accomplished that, and it was not until the Great Recession and the aftermath of it that the tax rate increased because assessments dropped, and we needed to remain where we were in terms of our finances. That was a prudent thing to do. I think the situation we're in now, though, is that when assessments started going up again, as they did, we did not calibrate the tax rate against that. And a lot of folks, we hear from them, are feeling the pinch of that. Young families, senior citizens, others. And trying to balance all those needs is something that that I really relish the opportunity to work with my colleagues on. Just wanted to say one thing in closing. There's a statement in one of the documents that we have tonight that speaks to something that one of the folks spoke about earlier. Just want to read. The City of Falls Church has benefited from an unprecedented wave of new development and investment that has occurred along its primary commercial corridors over the past decade. The Broadway, 2003, Byron, 2006, Reed Building, 2007, Pearson Square, 2007, Spectrum, 2008, and Northgate, 2014, have followed a pattern of higher density mixed-use development on underutilized infill sites. Collectively, these projects produce about $6.1 million in gross revenue and $2.5 million in net revenue for the city. That's after all public service costs. $2.5 million annually in net revenue translates into 8 cents on your current tax rate. There's one thing we know for sure, had we not done those buildings, and that is that we would be sitting here today without $2.5 million to meet the needs that we all are aware of in our community. And we would still be faced with the need to improve our city infrastructure, our city hall, our library, and most especially our schools infrastructure, because most of the pressure to improve our schools comes from just the age of the buildings. Most of the rest of it comes from the influx of kids into our single-family established neighborhood homes and the long-standing apartment buildings that have been here since the 1960s. So when we talk about digging holes, the kind of holes that I'm interested in trying to dig in a constructive and productive way are holes that will help us fill the budget gap in future years. Whoever is sitting in these council seats, I hope, will have benefit from investments that we make today in our future. Thank you.
Do we have other comments, questions? Mr. Baruch?
I'll see other council members.
Okay. Mr. Z?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the increase that we're talking about here on taxes for the average single-family house is about $300. And while they may seem like a lot, it comes to eating out twice a year on this town. Can we afford that? Well, that's a good question, one you have to answer for yourself. It seems to me that since people are asking me whether I have a grand compromise plan for this year, that sadly nothing springs readily to mind. You know, the issue's simple and difficult at the same time. There are people that say, look, we have to take the issue of paying teacher salaries off the table. Let's just go with the superintendent's proposal. It's a 4-year plan to hit some theoretical parity. But they also understand that if they buy into this, it'll be year 2, and there's year 3 and year 4, so you're not really talking about 4-cent tax rate. You're really talking about a 12-cent tax rate increase. Now, 2 of my neighbors on the street are moving out. One, because they've lived here for nearly 40 years and didn't really use much of the school system. One child. But her husband's finally retiring at the end of April 30th, which is a Thursday, doesn't work on Friday, and guess what? Next week they're moving. Another neighbor is also leaving. Came as a surprise to me, us, but in fact, obviously one of these avalanches of notices from developers took, and that house is probably going to be torn down in the next 3 or 4 months. A single person living there, paying readily for the school system over the last several decades, and now leaving. That would be next to a house that's already under construction. I fully expect to have a family of 3.5 kids moving in before the end of the year. Other people that ask, why do we have to increase the taxes? When this year in particular, Fairfax, Arlington, Alexandria, and others have declared that they are keeping their tax rate flat. And yes, we understand they're paying for major educational and public service needs. They have those as well. So, if my fellow colleagues are expecting me to make a declaration that we're not going to increase taxes, or I support the school budget, sadly, you're not going to get that tonight. But I do have to ask that simple question, which is, if it's a 4-year plan to play catch-up, and the city manager says next year is going to be much, much better, and he always tells us the truth, we know that. So maybe we can make this 4-year plan a 5-year plan. As I said, it's simple and difficult at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other folks who'd like to speak? Mr. Baruch?
So a couple issues that I also wanted to raise, and you'll hear a theme on what I'm saying, and that goes to long-term planning and sustainability. I mean, sort of all talk about it, but to really get into the weeds of it, which is what budgeting is about, I think is really important for our community and our public to be aware of. So I want to talk about, in addition to sort of bond and debt financing, some vehicles. There's a couple of other areas that I think are worthy of us just being cognizant of. And I'm not suggesting that we do something different, but it's something that we should be aware of as we plan for future budgets and also look at it this year as well. So the first item is the plan right now, and there was a shortage, or there will be a shortage of anywhere between $400,000 to $600,000 of the subsidy that we would normally have to pay WMATA, which goes to Metro, et cetera. It's part of our compact with our other jurisdictions. Mr. Shields, as I understand it, learned about that after the budget was printed. So, yes, at the time he printed it, it was a balanced budget. Under Virginia law, it has to be. But shortly thereafter, we found out, well, the gas tax, which normally pays for this, isn't as high. So all of a sudden, there's a gap of $400,000 to $600,000. So depending on where it goes, that's penny and a half, 2 pennies, maybe even as high as 3 pennies to cover that gap. So creatively, we worked with NVTA, which is a funding source, conglomerate of money, which utilizes a pool of money throughout Northern Virginia to pay for infrastructure projects. So we pay 30%, they pay the rest. We can do big projects. So lo and behold, working with MVTA, which I think was a creative solution, says, yeah, you can utilize part of that money to pay for this thing that's really operating. great idea. Gets us through, but my point is, that's just funding that we're not utilizing for needed regional transportation infrastructure. That's money that's forgone. And when I asked the manager about this, well, we don't have the capacity to do this project, so the money would have been lost. Well, I think we need to challenge ourselves. If we're talking about economic development, as Mr. Duncan and others have, we need to also invest in our capital infrastructure when it comes to transportation issues. And we can't simply try to get by budgets because we have a gap by filling it with these, what I'll term as gimmicky, one-time solutions that are not sustainable and have lost opportunity costs for economic improvement. For example, could we start seeding that $400,000 to $600,000 to begin having discussions with our adjacent neighbors in Arlington to do the western entrance to the metro, which is desperately needed by the business community to get some further improvements to the city and create true commercial economic development in the city on our commercial corridors. And forget about some of this dense residential that we're seeing on our commercial corridors. And yet we forego those opportunities. Two, on a similar front, something that I have supported and trying to get funded when I was actually going through the minutes, and I raised this to the city staff, was traffic calming. And a few months ago, before the budget process started really underway in January, I said, we're hearing a lot from our groups that are talking about traffic calming, and they're requesting $200,000 to fund that going forward. Is that going to be in the budget? The answer that I got was, yes, it's going to be in the budget. So I asked a follow-up question to our city manager and assistant city manager, is it there? And the answer was, yes, it's there, but guess where the money came from? It's coming from one-time money. So next year, there's no guarantee that that money is going to be there because it's not part of the ongoing operating expense. So we're going to be in the same place figuring out how are we going to pay for traffic improvements next year. Are we going to sell another water system to kind of make up for it? So I raise this to say that there are areas in the budget that are not being funded except for sort of these gimmicky one-time solutions. So I think the public and fellow council members need to be aware of it. It goes to some of the points that I think Dan Z is making, that we can get the rate, probably without having a rate increase, but if we don't do it with actually having some cuts or making some tough decisions but are just shifting money around, it's going to have economic costs and it's going to have long-term costs in the future. So I hope that we can have a discussion about, again, not just this year's budget, but about how we're doing this in the long term. So kind of to tell my council members where I'm at, I'd like to get as close as possible to not having a tax rate increase or taking it back, but I also didn't support a solution that happened last year where we essentially sort of dug a hole from ourselves by borrowing against, call it a 401k plan, call it against your kid's savings plan to go out to dinner. And that's what we did last year. I didn't support it. I didn't support it today. So, it is an election year. But I just think that we need to ultimately do the right thing and have that discussion. So I don't know where I'm going to end up at the end of the day, but what I am committed to is it's not just about this year. It's about maintaining our quality school and our quality education. I've said that repeated times now. I have not taken a rigid position that we shouldn't have a tax rate increase this year, given the actions that the majority of the council did last year, which again, I did not support. And I do think that we need to have an emphasis on capital improvement projects. And we didn't talk about it this time, but there's over $500,000 in police radio equipment that's needed that cannot be replaced, and it can't be done one at a time. It's a public safety issue that's just not in this year's budget, and we're going to hope for the best. It's not a way we should be doing business, and I worry about that. So I think we need to have a discussion about that. So I'm very committed, as I've mentioned before, to trying to ensure that we live within our means, but focus on the capital. So we don't have issues with police radios not functioning or our police officers not being able to communicate with each other or not being able to do the paving or capital improvements that we need, like sidewalks, and the list goes on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baruch. Others who wish to speak? Okay. Mr. Z?
I just have one quick comment on some of the, maybe the smaller pieces of the budget. I've heard enough about these police radios now, and guess what, folks? The sky isn't falling because we're not funding the radios this year. The public safety sector has not said we need the radios. They have radios. They need to go through their current stock. The current radios function regionally. I see the police radio issue as equivalent to some of the members of the U.S. Congress insisting to the Pentagon that we need to continue to build M1A tanks when in fact the Pentagon doesn't need any more M1A tanks. We should be talking about would be things like the Treasurer is proposing, or for a small investment in debt collection would pay off big dividends, and I think we're probably going to have that conversation next week. And that's all I have to say about that now.
Okay, well, I tell you, we have another major case, major item to get on to later on tonight. So I would just say for myself, my position hasn't changed what I articulated in the last meeting. I don't think continuing to raise taxes is the solution, and I think we need to live within our means. And I think where there's a will, there's a way, and I continue to support a flat tax rate. So let's see where we end up. Next week will be a very busy work session, and let's see if we can make some progress on all fronts. So with that, why don't we go on and take a 5-minute break?
If I
go
can just make a request, just
Sure.
so fellow council members are aware, I've asked the city manager to also provide the council sort of what the Virginia Code, along with working with our city attorney, what Virginia Code allows for tax relief programs and where we're at now and what the delta is and what the cost would be. I don't think that we have the opportunity to do it for this budget because I understand it. Even if we were going to take action, it takes essentially 2 readings. But rather than sort of waiting for the next budget cycle, it may be worthwhile to have that discussion now as early as next week so we can factor that in as we move forward. So I've made that request, and I just wanted council members to know about it. I hope that you all will support that. So
That's a good idea. Mr. Shields, will be able to discuss that next week?
We will.
Okay, great.
And I would just ask, given that we've gone through a couple budget cycles and I know how crazy it can get at the end of the day, especially coming up to the last meeting, for members who are really pushing on not, increasing the tax rate, at least giving a hint to the rest of us where they may be going and where they'd like to see some cuts. So we can begin to think about that because I think we have the work session coming up next week, and that's about it if we need to make adjustments.
Fair point. Point well taken. So for folks in the audience, let's take a 5-minute break. Let those people who want to leave go home, and the folks who want to stay for Mason Row can stay here, and the Mason Row developer can set up their presentation. So why don't we make it a 10-minute break till 10 o'clock, okay? So, and the speakers who have speaker slips in, you will get heard for Mason Row. Thank you all for coming out. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you call the next item, please?
Yes, we have Mason Row TR 1429, and it's a resolution to amend the comprehensive plan as set out on the agenda, item 10B1. We have Mason Row TO 1428, an ordinance to amend the official zoning district map of the City of Falls Church as set out in 10B2 on the agenda. And we have Mason Row TO 14-28, resolution to grant a special exception for residential uses. And that is as set out on 10B3 on the agenda.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Tarter, members of council, what we would propose as a way to proceed is to allow the developer to first present the project and update everybody on changes they've made to the project. And that would then be followed by Gary Fuller, who would provide a staff report, and we can answer any questions we have on that. Rick Goff is available to discuss the fiscal impact of the project as well and answer any questions we have on that. With the completion of the staff report, then we would have the public comment and then council questions and comments.
I think that sounds good. So members of the public, you'll be speaking after the developer. That way you'll have a chance to hear what the developer has to say. It may inform your comments that you may be giving. And keep in mind, you're limited to 3 minutes as before. It's starting to get late. Why don't we go ahead on then, Mr. Shields, and hear from the developer then. Mr. Batten or Mr. Lasso, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My name is David Lasso. I'm with the firm of Baskin, Jackson, and Lasso, now at 301 Park Avenue. Very pleased to be here this evening with you. This is a project, the Mason Row project, a long time in the making, and there's been some significant changes that have been previewed for you, and you'll hear more about them tonight. I'd like to introduce to you the team. Mr. Peter Batten is here, principal with Spectrum Development. His partner, Dick Buskell, is with him as well. You'll hear later from Will Johnson with Wells and Associates on the key transportation issues, which is a fundamental issue of this development. Mr. Bruce Leonard with Street Sense, one of the preeminent retail consultants, is here tonight as well. He'll talk to you about the retail plan and other aspects of the development that have been of great importance to the City Council and to the public. Jeff Whitman, the architect, is here as well to address some of the issues. One of the big issues that I'd like to touch upon at the outset is this question of height. And you have a number of comments that you've already heard this evening and in your written materials that refer to a variance for height. There is no request for a variance for height. This is a request to earn a bonus of additional height. The city code expressly allows for a bonus of up to 30 feet in the B1 district, which is what this district is, provided the developer offers preferred uses, which include things like theaters, entertainment, outdoor dining. Those are considered preferred uses for retail purposes. And it also offers the ability to earn a bonus for really what is the fundamental underpinning of the special exception provision in general, which is substantial net new commercial area in a development and substantial net new tax revenue in a development. If you look to the special exception code, you'll see that those are the two primary criteria by which all special exceptions and height bonuses are judged. So again, this is not a waiver of some fixed standard. This is the earning of your decision to grant the bonus on additional height. Just by way of example, the Spectrum building where Mad Fox is located earned the bonus from 55 feet to 85 feet. The Byron building across the street earned the bonus from 55 feet to 85 feet. And Rushmark, which is in a different district but the same principle, earned the bonus of 92 feet. That's because it's in the B2 district. And the underlying preferred height is 70 feet, not 50 feet. So that's very important. So the suggestion for Mason Row is that the height is in keeping with other buildings that are being developed along Broad Street, and it's appropriately tapered down as you get into the community. And one of the singular aspects of this development is the distance, with the exception of the little area of Park Avenue that we'll talk about later, of the distance that this development is located from the nearby residences. The W&OD trail is a full 100 feet wide as an easement, and then there's additional land on either side. There's also the width of the street itself. So contrast that with Rushmark, which is immediately abutting a residential area of townhouses that are 2.5 stories high. and Rushmark is 92 feet, albeit it's stepped back, but the distance between the building and the townhouses is less than about 30 feet. So keep that in mind as you go through and hear the architect describe the height. Mr. Batten?
If I could just ask, as you guys proceed, to keep the pace going, maybe keep your presentation about 20 minutes. Thank you.
Recognize it's late. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk about the project again and the changes that we have made to the project in response to many communities' suggestions by members of council and the staff and the city manager. First of all, I want to let everybody know that Mill Creek Residential Trust has bought into this project and is now a partner, ownership partner with Spectrum Development. Mill Creek, their role will be, and that's a long-term ownership group between us and Mill Creek. Mill Creek will be responsible for construction, property management, residential planning and design, site plan approvals, and that work, and building permits and so forth, and will oversee the residential of the project. Spectrum Development is in the role of responsibility for the entitlements of this project, project design, conceptual project design, programming, which we will talk about a little bit later, the public space in this project, which has grown to be somewhat significant now. And we will be overseeing the retail with StreetSense. We have hired StreetSense officially, and they will be further developing the retail plan itself, and will be doing all of the leasing going forward. Just something about Mill Creek. Mill Creek Residential Trust, they acquire, develop, operate luxury rental apartments and mixed-use communities throughout the United States. They began as Trammell Crow Residential. The Trammell Crow family made the decision to spin out their residential assets and renamed them Mill Creek and stayed in partnership with Mill Creek. Mill Creek has their own construction division, property management division, and retail development division. They have a total market cap of, right now, presently, of $4 billion. And there are some examples of their work here locally, and these are a few names. In Mosaic, the Modera in Merrifield, the Avenir Place in Dunloring by the Dunloring Metro, and the Modera Tempo in Alexandria, Virginia by the Cameron Station. This project, we've talked about anchors for this project. This project for some time has had the hotel as an anchor, and that remains with the project. It's a 150-room Hilton hotel. We've added the theater. We are presently in negotiations with 2 theaters, and we've got 2 other major theater companies that are beginning to start some negotiations with us and trying to get in potentially as the selected theater for this project. They are all 8 screens. I would call this a mid-sized theater, not the very large multiplex with many theaters, 10, 12, 14, 16 that you see in areas, some cases 20. This is a moderate-sized theater. They will either be dine-in concepts or concepts that have a bar and lounge, which you're allowed to go to and bring your drinks and food into them. That would be very nice. My neck's starting to hurt. The theater lobby will be at grade. The theaters, the 8 screens, will be below grade. What I was saying is that some of the theaters are dine-in concepts. Some of the theaters have a bar and lounge in which you actually purchase food and drinks and wine and what have you, and you go into your seat and watch the movie. The theater is approximately 48,000 square feet of space in this project. Just a little bit about the commercial density in this project. This project has approximately 33% of the total project square foot is commercial, and that's made up of the hotel, the theater, restaurants, and retail shops, and that's comes to 187,000 square feet. Just to give you some comparisons, we did a chart here, Mason Row with its commercial density, and we did it on a per square foot per acre basis, and you can see the difference between Mason Row, Rushmark, Tinner Hill, and we have Pearson Square up there. 43,000 for Mason, 26,000 for Rushmark, 22,000 per acre for Tinner Hill. Commercial percent of the project comparison, Mason Row, again, 33%. Rushmark has about 19% of its project is commercial. Tinner Hill has 17%, and the current Pearson Square has 8%. Talking about residential density, this project has a building gross square footage of its residential of 385,000 square feet on 4.3 acres. The residential density since the last first reading has actually come down because the project, once we started to pursue the theater, we made the decision to acquire the one remaining property in the block to give us enough room to provide the necessary parking for the theater and also give us the opportunity to expand the public space, the market square. And so as we were going through that process, we were able to maintain the same level of residential building square footage as we had prior to the acquisition of that extra land. The residential density of Mason Row is less than the previously approved projects in Falls Church in recent times, and the next line item shows you that Mason Row, about 89,000 square feet of residential per acre, Rushmark 114,000 per acre, Tinner Hill 112,000 per acre of residential, and Pearson Square about 100,000 square feet of residential per acre. Just something on the unit mix. The Mason Row project is targeting as its main customers the millennials and the empty nesters. And those target markets desire many amenities within walking distance. They are looking for easy and quick access to public transportation, and they desire smaller living spaces. To kind of give you some reference, a lot of people talk about Pearson Square when we talk about mixed use, and so we just did a quick comparison of the unit mix at Mason Row. About 2/3 one-bedrooms efficiencies and one-bedrooms and dens. Pearson Square is about 28%. Mason Row's 34% of two bedrooms, and Pearson Square is 61%, and they also have 2 bedrooms with dens and 3 bedrooms at 11%. The unit size for Mason Row is significantly smaller. Our smallest unit, 609 square feet compared to 839. Our largest unit is a little over 1,000 square feet, and the largest unit at Pearson Square is 1,800 square feet. And you can see the average unit sizes. We only bring this up because of the effect of the impact on services, on the school system of residential portions of projects. And it's known that the pricing and the size of the units has a big effect on who's living there. And the bigger units with the more bedrooms have families and tend to have more folks living in the units. Just something on the net fiscal impact. Mason Row is in green. We're at about $2.2 million net fiscal impact to the city after all of the cost from the project on the city's infrastructure. The next closest project to us would probably be Rushmark, that has a projected net fiscal impact of $1,320,000. And then we've just listed some of the other mixed-use projects in recent times here in Falls Church, just to give you a comparison. The voluntary concessions that we have been talking with the city about for quite some time represent dollars value that we are proffering as community benefits to the city from this project. The first one is Market Square. Market Square is about a little over 15,000 square feet of space that will be dedicated for public use, public programming. We'll talk a little bit about it tonight with what we're doing with the Catch folks. $2.7 million in land and construction cost to provide the Market Square is our estimate. Number two, construction of off-site transportation improvements. We have a budget of $800,000, and our transportation consultant will be briefly explaining what the road improvements are and what we expect the results to be from those road improvements and the project being built. Number three is cash contribution to the Housing Commission. We're proposing in lieu of actual units, in this case the 6% would come to 21 units. We're proposing to pay a one-time payment that represents a net present value of 21 units at the city's policy of 60% AMI. Number four is a cash contribution to the city to be allocated among the following beneficiaries. The school capital budget, new bus stop on West Broad, bike share maintenance, park facilities, the City Catch Foundation, and the City Public Library. And the total of the community benefits come up to about $7,297,000. And these are going to be in our voluntary concessions. And I'm going to ask Will from Wells to come up briefly and talk about the road improvements.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's almost 10:30, so
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I move we continue the meeting past 10:30.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Go on, sir.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Will Johnson. I'm with the firm of Wells and Associates, and I'm going to talk briefly about the transportation improvements that we're proposing with this application. Before I do, I just want to set some context here. This image shows the existing conditions out there at the site. The application property is bound in purple on the screen. You can see the abutting roadways, West Broad Street on the lower side of the image, West Street along the left side, Park Avenue on the upper portion. You can see the WNOD Trail on the upper left portion of the image. What's shown in blue are the existing curb cuts to the property. As you can see, there are a number of them, and these curb cuts today aren't really controlled and often conflict with some of the critical intersections in our area. So with that in mind, I'm going to go through the proposed improvements. I presented these improvements in detail in past meetings with the community as with the CACT. So for tonight, I want to be brief, but I do want to go intersection by intersection and talk about some of the key improvements that we are proposing. And what you see on the screen highlighted is the intersection of West Street and Park Avenue, along with what will be our Mason Lane, which will come in on the north side of our site. And what we're proposing to do is to realign West Street and Park Avenue, create a typical four-legged intersection along with our Mason Lane approach. And what that does, it tightens the intersection and creates a traditional four-legged intersection with pedestrian crossings on all four approaches. And as part of that, we are proposing a new traffic signal there, which will improve the capacity of the intersection, the safety of the intersection, and will accommodate those pedestrians a lot better. The north leg of the intersection, where you see the pedestrian crossing, will accommodate a realignment of the WNOD Trail, which will actually be part of the intersection, so the trail users would have a push-button control to get across along the other three legs of the intersection. And we are proposing an additional additional turn lane here to add capacity to that intersection. This intersection highlight is West Street and Grove Avenue, another intersection that's gotten a good deal of attention with this application. What we currently propose to do here is to provide a better pedestrian crossing. Pedestrians do cross here today, but there's nothing to mark their crossing. So we're going to provide a crosswalk there along with a median refuge island to, again, promote safety, to try to calm traffic at this location. Additionally, we are working with the Park Authority and city staff on ways to traffic calm the trail crossing at this location, and we'll continue to do those. This intersection is West Street and Broad Street, the busiest intersection in terms of vehicle activity. We are proposing to add capacity to this intersection by adding a new lane along West Street approaching the intersection from our side. Right now, there are 2 lanes that approach the intersection on West Street. We're proposing a third, so that will add capacity and allow us to operate the intersection more efficiently. Along with that, we are proposing a new left turn lane that would serve the Wells Fargo entrance to, again, avoid the backup that we've observed that happens when somebody's trying to make a left into the bank, which will prevent spill back into the intersection. And then additionally, we are modifying the crosswalks here to better align with the sidewalks and proposed streetscape. And the last intersection I want to highlight is the intersection of Broad Street and our eastern site access. We see this as a good opportunity for ingress and egress into this site. And as part of that, we are proposing a new traffic signal. So this will be a new signal along Broad Street that will serve our site. It will serve traffic along Broad Street. And as part of that, we are proposing a pedestrian crosswalk to connect both sides of Broad Street. This image here represents a snapshot from the traffic study that we performed of the levels of service for the morning and the afternoon peak hours for the key intersections around our site. And what this does is demonstrates that with our improvements in place, what we call the total feature conditions, we are able to maintain and in a number of cases actually improve the levels of service over conditions if we were not to develop and no improvements were to be made. I'm going to highlight here, for example, at Weston Park, with the new signal, with the other improvements that we're proposing, we're actually able to improve levels of service from a D to a C. And down here at West and Broad Street, we're able to improve the morning level of service from an E to a D. In all our cases, we are at least maintaining, but like I said before, we are improving a number of these levels of service. And in addition to the roadway intersection improvements I just described, there are a number of other benefits to this application that would serve to improve the transportation network. We have like I said, the intersection improvements I just described. We are improving access management. If you remember that first slide I showed you with all the curb cuts, we're only localizing vehicular access at 3 locations. We are increasing pedestrian connectivity, which falls into our improved WNOD trail crossings and basically the connectivity between the trail and our site. We are proposing a new bus shelter along West Broad Street, which will encourage transit use. And we understand that a critical part of this application will be the transit demand management and the parking management strategies. And the applicant has engaged a TDM and a parking management consultant to work through those plans as we progress forward. We are looking at accommodations for on-site bicycle parking as well as bike share, and we are proposing a shuttle to serve the hotel patrons to and from the West Falls Church Metro. So before I close my portion of the presentation, I do want to point out that since the beginning of this process and since the beginning that we started this traffic study, the applicant engaged with the intent not just to mitigate our site traffic, but also to listen to the community, listen to concerns, work with the city, and really to come up with a transportation benefits package that not only addresses site-related volumes, but really serve to improve longstanding traffic issues over what currently exists today. So with that, I will turn it back to Bruce. Yes.
Hello, hi, my name is Bruce Leonard. I'm a managing principal at StreetSense. StreetSense is a full-service real estate company with its DNA really in retail. So I head up the planning and architecture division and the design component of retail. Rich is here representing our brokerage division. We have currently in our portfolio over 100 national, local, and regional tenants in representation. We transact about 500,000 square feet a year. So what you have before you is our kind of initial take at a merchandising plan. A merchandising plan really starts to lay out the fabric of tenants that will exist and starts to outlay strategies for what we call co-tenancy, is finding synergies between different types of tenants so that the whole is much greater than, or the whole is much greater than the sum of the parts. So as Peter mentioned, we have interest from at least 3, if not 4, really high quality theaters that are interested in the site, and that's very exciting for us because it's really essentially bringing a pretty significant evening and weekend anchor to the retail mix. So generally you merchandise off your anchors, and we also have interest from several organic grocers and markets. But what's that really telling us is it's really setting a nice standard for the merchandising of the small and fine-grained specialty tenants. So we're getting, we're just starting the process, but we're getting a lot of positive feedback about both the market and this project. The fact that we can get, 110,000 square feet of retail on site gives us a great landscape to find a lot of co-tenancy and put a lot of different types of uses on that will be, both serve the community and the surrounding neighborhoods. So what you see here along the central spine will be restaurants or sort of gatewaying with 2, which would be sort of signature chef-driven restaurants. We have a fitness or cycling facility. We have neighborhood goods and service tenants, which aren't sexy, but everybody likes and uses. And then we're going to have a collection of food and beverage in the form of what we call quick service restaurant. And I'll explain some of these tenants in a minute. We also have coffee concepts, and we're keeping some of the tenants that are currently on site that everybody loves and seem to be very successful. So it's going to be an interesting mix of tenants that are really kind of have their DNA in Falls Church. And then we're going to be bringing in an interesting mix of tenants, and I would largely define them. There'll be probably some national tenants in this, but really what we're targeting is what we call super local and regional. And super local are tenants that started in our market. When on our market, I mean the Washington MSA, and have expanded to multiple units and are showing terrific success in sales per square foot and performance. The regional tenants are usually a little more mature and have expanded maybe to Baltimore or Richmond, but still have their grounding kind of in our market. So these are some of the examples you see of the tenants we're targeting and beginning conversations of. So, I've worked on a lot of projects over the years, and it's so encouraging for us so early in this process to be getting the feedback we are. So we feel really confident about the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm just going to talk real quickly about the public space. I'm going to show you 3 variations of the public space. First of all, we've been working with the Catch organization for quite some time about how we can program the public space in a fashion that would integrate well with the retail and really drive an arts-oriented draw for this project that has so much public space. The first image here is just the market square itself. The dark red image is a stage, and that area is about 7,000 square feet in total for people to stand and watch a concert. In these kinds of venues, sometimes people use lawn chairs and what have you to watch a performance. This is a second version, an expansion of the public space to about a little over 15,000 square feet. And the shape that you see at the top there's there are 4 red dotted lines, which represents blocking the street there on Mason Lane. At the very bottom where Mason Lane meets West Broad Street, you see about 5 red dotted lines, and that represents blocking Mason Lane there. The area that's colored in red that's extended from the market square represents an area that you can have a direct line of sight to the stage where Mason Lane is. And so we can double the size and the capacity for Mason Lane for performances. And the third one is if at certain times for a major festival, in Arlington and Alexandria, you see where streets are blocked. We can block Mason Lane at the very top where it enters West Street, and where it went at the very bottom here where it enters West Broad Street, and still the traffic signalized access point for the project is open, and people can come to all of the parking areas and park, or come out and leave the project. And this represents an expansion to 27,000 square feet of public festival space. I'm going to ask Laura and Barb just to talk for just a minute about some of the programming that we've been looking into. And we've been talking about setting up an organization, a board, that the developer and property management team would sit on jointly with the Catch folks to develop a calendar for the year and to manage the programs, both the logistics and all the things that you have to do to make programs on a consistent basis work well. So I'm going to turn it over to Barbara just for a second.
Well, it's going to take more than a second, but Laura. We've had about 7 meetings with Peter, and we've been working together for months really to look at the potential for this project and what is needed and how we could do programming. We've developed some ideas at the team. We've had Tinner Hill, Creative Cauldron, Falls Church Arts, the Village Society, and the Victorian Society as a secondary. But all of these groups have extremely good records in their public events, and we were talking about what could we do and how would that work, because we really don't have an outdoor place other than the farmers market and watch night really, and Cherry Hill, but where everything's built in, where the lighting, the sound, the stage is all built in. And so some of the benefits that we're seeing from this are the integration of the restaurants and the shops with the programming and drawing people to Market Square and the shops. The venue is tailored to programming with stage, sound, lighting, all built in, and it does not exist at any other outdoor venue that we currently have. Number 3 is that Market Square will provide another reason to come to Falls Church and not just drive through the city, but stop in the city. And then the management team will consist of Catch entities, the Mason Row management, and the owners. And Laura was part of this, and we built some projects that we thought would be really good winners. And you want to talk about?
Oh, sure. The actual programming that we kind of explored, this is exploratory, but as many of you might know, right now we're actually going through one of our festivals, the Passport to the World Festival, that really belongs in a space like this. Last evening, on Saturday evening, I had 30 dancers, costume dancers, representing Eastern European dances all around. They were an incredible group. The house was packed. We don't have any place to grow that. That would be a wonderful thing to have. There are also potential for outside funding streams for celebrating diversity in our community. So that was one of them. Sounds of the City, obviously some connection with the wonderful work that the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation, whether they bring the Blues Festival there, that would be up to them, but certainly it could be an ongoing place for blues and roots music. Taste of Spring, that's yours, I guess. That's your idea.
Well, these are just a sample. I don't want to take a lot of time since it's limited, but these are just a sample of some things that we talked about in the meeting. And we do concerts in the park. We do all these different things in the city in these nonprofit groups. And we feel that these projects could really not only have those Thursday nights, but maybe extend it into the fall and have it at Market Square.
Good evening. Jeff Whitman, partner at GTM Architects. I'll talk about what I think is, a little more exciting part is the architecture. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all the plans here real quickly just to kind of identify sort of the changes that have occurred. This is and I'll start bottom up. So this is the lowest level. This is my parking garage, which is on the eastern half of the site. The space that that is occupying the western side of Mason Lane is going to be designated for the theater below grade. Same thing as I'm going up one more floor. I have a parking garage or parking structure below grade on the eastern side of the Mason Lane. The theater requires a tall ceiling space, so this will actually end up technically occupying 2 floor levels. So this would be theater space over here as well. Due to our grade change that we have on the site, we actually have an opportunity here we actually slid in another level of parking, which is really subterranean, but it exists at grade over on the eastern side of the project due to the grades that are there. So the reason why you're only seeing half of the retail or half of the building or portion of the buildings over on this side is because the grade drops at a decent clip at the eastern side of the project. Again, this is going to be pretty much would be the theater at that level. The theater would become all the way up to the surface level when you get to the grade out on the surface. This represents our ground floor level. You'll see that everything designated in the blue is retail. Everything designated in yellow would be apartment associated. Everything in the lighter blue is an office-related component. Parking exists on the eastern side there at grade, which is technically 10 feet up from where my lowest point is over on the eastern side of the project. The Market Square, as we all know, has gotten quite a bit bigger. We've introduced a new passageway to connect, to activate this corner much more evidently. The addition also includes a retail space extending along the Park Avenue stretch. We have an access road here, as Will had mentioned earlier, that ties in from this access point on the eastern side of the project off of Broad and ties back into Mason Lane. This parking structure is circuitous, so I can access this parking structure and access my way down for my retail component, and I would access all of my residential parking above at this level here. So there's a switch as you go up and down. Okay. The mezzanine floor plan, so we're basically a half a level, I would say half a level, but we're a partial level up above my retail here. I have an office space component here over on the eastern side of the project. I have a structured parking garage over on the eastern side, designated for residential parking. Everything identified here in the yellow is a residential use. The orange represents the hotel. We've modified the facade quite a bit along both the Broad Street side, where we've undulated the facade to really break up the overall mass of the building. We also have our residential amenity space with the pool and such over here, located off of Mason Lane. We have our parking structure here over on the eastern side of the project, which is above grade. And we have a connecting bridge across from the lower level parking to the hotel component. Same thing, this follows the same path. Everything in yellow here represents the apartments. Everything in orange represents the hotel. We're now above that, so this is just everything you see in here is just all 2 floors down below. We have our parking structure here on the eastern side of the project. Of note, we've actually stepped it back 9 feet at this dimension, or at this elevation. 4th floor follows the same thing. The 5th floor is a half level at the back on the southern portion of the parking garage there. This is all residential as well still. And then we have no parking structure at that elevation here on the 6th floor. Okay. This is a view looking south down, there's a big reflection there. Looking south down Mason Lane, this is the bridge across Mason Lane. Broad Street is on the other side of this bridge. We have our hotel component here, our residential unit here. We have all retail, all at the grade level. A lot of outdoor seating here along both sides of the street. Market Square would be on the opposite side of this hotel, just to orient you. This is at the corner of, this is Broad Street, and this is West Street here. So this is the corner of our building. We have activated street frontage with outdoor dining down the street. We also, again, we've undulated the facade to really begin to break up that massiveness of that long stretch of facade. This represents that bridge over Mason Lane, so Mason Lane goes directly underneath this. Got a lot of tree-lined streets and a lot of activity. This is the view looking, I guess, west along the sidewalk along Park Avenue. This is the retail. These are the local tenants that we're looking to sort of recapture back into the space here along the Park Avenue facade. Where we would have a diner type thing or a bike shop down here, something along those lines. But we would also continue the retail down here. But this is this space down here is designated for retail or a couple of the residential use or existing retail uses. Excuse me. One other note, again, you can kind of tell here as well. This is parking structure above, and then it steps back the 9 feet for that at the 35-foot mark. This is also from that same corner. You get a little sense of this down here. This is that retail section along Park Avenue. This is the corner section we were just looking at. This facade represents the parking structure at the second floor. It steps back to 9 feet and then represents the other 2 floors on top of that for the rest of the parking at the requisite setbacks or stepbacks. Tree-lined street. This is the crossing of the W&OD trail across Northwest Street. We have a lot of outdoor dining along here as well. This is the bridge crossing over from the parking structure to the hotel component. A lot of activation here at the corner as well with the sort of outdoor dining and the activity along the theater entrance here. This is the entrance. This is the corner of Grove and Northwest where we've sort of opened this up to the Market Square. This is the hotel component, and then we also have the residential component here, tree-lined streets and activated retail, and the crossing of the W&OD trail here as well. This is the view looking back into Market Square. You can see the opening here, back out to Grove Avenue. We have a pedestrian opening back out to Grove Avenue. This is the bridge across there. A lot of activity along the Market Square here, along the Mason Lane as well, bikers and pedestrians and such. Okay. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Mr. Batten, or is that it?
Oh, that's our presentation.
Great, thank you. Mr. Shields, staff?
Hasn't had an extensive review, and the voluntary concessions that were referred to in the presentation haven't yet been formally submitted to the city. So I think that was conceptual and a report on what the developer's thinking is, but we actually haven't received that document.
So when did you receive the application materials?
On February 8th, I believe.
Yeah.
You said you just got it last
I'm
week.
sorry, April 8th.
April 8th.
So in other words, last Wednesday, we had some updates to the elevations, architectural, as well as the conceptual plans. And so those were included in your package, but they were separated. The comments that I'm going to make right now are based on their February submission and our review. And that was the material that was presented to you at your March 23rd meeting, in which this was deferred 3 weeks until now. So the staff report's based on the February submission. There is some new material, and there's some additional material that'll follow up on those plans that we're expecting in. So
And so you haven't fully reviewed the new materials then?
we haven't looked at the new material at all. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead then, Mr. Fuller, thank you.
Okay.
So I just have a process question.
Yes.
So, and I appreciate that staff's just getting this now and trying to turn this around and get public comments and get the packet out, which was actually not due today, it was due Thursday, which left staff with little or no time to look at this project. So, Mr. Fuller, as you're presenting these comments, are they still valid as to the current submission before us, plus other comments that are going to be incoming later on if this project were to go forward, or is it possible that some of these comments now are overtaken by events?
In terms of the comments that I'm going to make now, they generally still apply to the project, and there's a couple new things they've added that I will highlight in that context. So,
Great.
So I think the presentation will be clear as to, you know, the current status of the project.
Mayor, due to the lateness of the hour, it is almost 11 o'clock. I see minimal value with receiving a staff report based on a project that is no longer the same from February. I would suggest that staff time will be better spent looking at what we have before us now. Let's move on from there. I also note that you have quite a stack of speaker slips. If we're going to go through all that tonight, I propose that we waive the staff comment.
Other folks? Why don't we have a brief presentation, Gary? I understand what you're saying, Dan. I think there's some validity to that, but I also think it'd probably be good for the community to hear at least what you've got in a brief fashion.
So I will, you know, I'll just introduce the project. I mean, just so the public is aware, I mean, we're dealing with 4.3 acres in terms of the project. The current program is for a 6-story building at 85 feet, mixed-use project with a large amount of retail on the first floor, and then a partially underground garage. You've got a 150-room hotel that runs the 2nd through the 6th floors, and you got a 6-story above-ground residential buildings that running throughout the site, and then a total of 947 parking spaces that are mainly in the structured garage. So that's the program. I know we've heard pieces of it tonight, but I thought that was important. And then the land use decisions that are pending on this application is, one, a comprehensive plan amendment, a rezoning, and 2 special exceptions, one for the residential uses and one for the height. The new things are an exception by the city council for permission to have a loading space on a public street instead of having it on site as required by code. And there was a potential variance by the Board of Zoning Appeals for commercial vehicles to back up into the street based on a trash area they had. The latest submission last Wednesday does remove that from the project, but the exception for the on-street loading is still part of the current submission as of last Wednesday. In terms of the programmatic changes, they increased the number of residential units from 320 to 340, taking out the condos. We had 253 rental units previously, and then 67 condos. So now we have a total of 340. They've also added the theater, which they've highlighted. That's a preferred use that the city's been looking for. And then a small office component, just under 6,000 square feet, was added. And then, of course, the large garage. The recent submission modified some of the sizes to this, but generally everything's the same. So other than some square footage changes. The site changes were the addition of 916, the commercial property on West Broad Street. The residential changes, I've sort of highlighted. The commercial changes, they actually increased the commercial by 40%. And then there's actually a slight increase with their latest submission on Wednesday. So overall, the ratio is up to 33% commercial, 67% residential. The parking changes, there was a slight change in those from about 909 to 947 spaces. They've decreased their reduction request from 20% to 17.2%, for example. Based on the review by staff of the, and then I'll wrap up the comments right now with this, the February submission And I'll mention a couple of the differences in the April 8th, which was last Wednesday's submission. Staff's still concerned about the high residential density. The proposed parking garage on Park Avenue, we see that as being incompatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. The overall scale and massing continues to be something that needs to be addressed and is incompatible with the adjacent residential neighborhood on Park Avenue. A substantive TDM plan is needed. I know the developer is working on that and has contracted with a specialist in that area. Overall traffic improvements, the staff had a meeting with the traffic consultant and the applicant's team to sort of start to walk through some of those. We had Park Authority representatives there, and so we had a good meeting, and so they have some list of guidance in which they're working on some other improvements. The on-street loading space on Northwest Street, as I said, that's still proposed with the current submission as of February and last Wednesday, whereas the trash pickup area was removed with the last Wednesday submission. The April 8th submission has added 2 new elements that staff has concern with. One was retail and commercial uses on Park Avenue, and secondly, the residential multifamily component, which was really sort of a tower at the corner of Mason Lane, is now extended about halfway down Park Avenue at 85 feet in height. And so those are concerns, and we've communicated those informally to the developer. I know he's relooking at that, at least the team is. So at this point, that's sort of where the project is in terms of the staff concerns. I know the council had listed some that are in your staff report previously when you gave first reading last August, and most recently on your deferral on March 23rd, in which 5 were specifically listed. So at this time, staff's recommending that we grant first reading, refer this to board and commissions to get this process underway and get this out for public comment. Staff will do a concurrent review of the latest submission, and then in May, June, we'll get all those comments together, meet with the council again in a work session, go over where we are and any additional submissions that the applicants made at that point, and we would recommend a second reading in July on the 13th. So that's our staff report for this evening.
Thank you very much. I imagine council has some questions for you, but why don't, given the lateness of the hour, we go ahead and take public comment, and then we'll regroup with you and the applicant as well with follow-up questions, if that's okay with everyone.
Thank you.
Why don't we start? The first speaker is Mr. Bob Young. Are you still here, Mr. Young? Okay, looks like Bob has left. Alex Varoutsas, to be followed by Ann Palivka. Thank you for sticking around.
Hi, my name's Alex Varoutsas. I live on Grove Avenue, 301. Couple quick comments. I like the idea of the tunnel, but I'm also concerned about the sound traveling through the tunnel if there's evening events coming straight up Grove Avenue, creating a little bit more of a noise problem. I'm actually here to talk about the height of the building at 85 feet. On top of that 85 feet, are they going to be putting the cooling towers or the other utilities, increasing the height more? I don't know. We've done a quick little chart, and I've got it on electronic format for everybody, where we have an 85-foot building here, a 3-story house, a 2-story house, and a single-story house. We can send this out in electronic format in a few days. Now, this doesn't necessarily represent what Spectrum's going to look like or Mason Rowe's going to look like. We don't know what it's going to look like. Let me turn this around. We have a single-story house, double 2-story, and a 3-story house, and an 85-foot building. And again, we have rooftop utilities. I don't have a clue. But we'll get this out in electronic format. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ann Palivka, followed by Deb Roth, if she's still here. Okay, you're next. After you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sticking around.
My name is Ann Polifka. I live at 1005 Jennifer Lane, which is just right off of Grove, so it's next to Park, some of the closest residential to this project. And I would like to urge you not to grant first reading on this proposal. The plan was actually released late Friday, so it's sort of hard to tell what's actually in it, but what I've gleaned from it is it's still incredibly massive. And if you also listen to them, it sounds like the second anchor really isn't nailed down. They're talking about movie theaters that may or may not come in, that may or may not need a subsidy. And it's not even really clear that this is a good area for a theater when you're between Tyson's and Mosaic. So for those reasons, I think that it's not ready for prime time, and I'd like to urge you not to grant it first reading. I have concerns about this great space. I think it's disrespectful of the neighborhood around it. It might be quite loud. And I don't think whether you grant them a height waiver or they've earned it, I still think it's massive. And it's not clear to me that they have actually earned it. I mean, I'm not quite sure why you would want 2 traffic lights within a half block. I'm not quite sure what a bus station is going to do. I'm not sure that this movie theater really is going to come into existence. I don't think it's at all clear to me that they're going to be able to attract the kind of retail they think they're going to attract. It doesn't make sense to me to have another Trader Joe's in this area, which just sounds like what they're trying to bring in. And finally, I'd like to urge you to not grant the parking variance. I think it's unrealistic to think that people are going to ride their bikes to an evening out. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that going to 900 parking spots, whether it's 17% or 20% below, is adequate. And I think one way that you could get rid of some of the parking need is to reduce the residential. I'd like to emphasize I am not against developing this space. I just want it to be developed appropriately. I do not think a massive 6-story, 85-foot structure is appropriate for this spot. And for that reason, I'd like to urge you against granting this first reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Roth? Followed by Brent Krasner.
Hi, Deborah Z. Roth, 503 North Roosevelt Boulevard. I love our little city, and I believe a limited amount of growth that is controlled and smart will benefit everybody. It's inevitable, and it's best when we can steer it and partner with the developer. I've met several times with the developer, Peter Batten of Spectrum, about Mason Row, me acting as the citizen advocate who is passionately interested in growing and securing arts and Falls Church City history in a space. I'm also very concerned and excited about environmentally conscious features and efficient transportation options. I'm interested in the cultural space, connecting to water, trees, and a shuttle bus from the metros. Everything that we want is not yet settled, but we've forwarded a commitment, and I believe that Peter Batten has demonstrated with listening, adapting, and creating changes that he wants a win-win. Of course, a goal of his is going to be a profit, and that will be revenue for the city. I believe that Spectrum has come to see in this development the realization of altruistic interests in arts, history, and highlighting the environmental impact of the area. We cannot depend wholly on each other, but we can proceed, fine-tune, and work as partners. I see the creation of Mason Row as a tremendous opportunity for smart growth in our little city that will benefit our close community. I see this as part of the community, and I've rarely seen that in a development. I want much more specified, but I believe that this deserves the first reading. I ask that you do all that you can do to help us further the many fascinating aspects of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Brett Krasner. You still here? Yep, there you are. Good. Thanks for sticking around. and to be followed by Laura Gogol.
Hi,
Hi.
Brent Krasner. I live at 1005B Lincoln Avenue, and I think I regret not speaking about 2 hours ago when you gave me the chance. I'm probably not alone in that. So I'll try to make this quick since it is late, and I'm a veteran of lots of night meetings myself. Also, just to be clear, I'm a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals, but I'm here tonight just as a neighbor to this project. I think while most of the rest of the Broad Street corridor east of here has seen investment and redevelopment in the last decade or so, there's been little activity on this side of town. So I think at a minimum, this developer deserves credit for assembling all the pieces of land west of the church, which I imagine was not an easy feat. Of course, the potential created by this assemblage of land is just that, it's potential. It can be easily squandered or not live up to all that it can be, and I think that's what this process is all about. In my opinion, I think this redevelopment is a good thing for my neighborhood, for the city. I think the positive potential here of new retail, dining, and entertainment within walking distance of many of us will be a major plus, and it's something that my family is looking forward to, and as well as many of my friends and neighbors are genuinely excited about. But it all comes down to implementation. Just to discuss from my point of view some of the things that I've heard and read, I think the fear over school kids is overblown. I think the applicant mentioned the unit types, and I think simply put, studios and one bedrooms don't generate a lot of kids. 2 bedrooms and up certainly can, so I think focusing on those numbers is much more productive than focusing on the total number of units. The height issue that's been mentioned is not insignificant. I think it's been mentioned as far as what a variance is and what a special exception is. Obviously, this isn't a variance. The applicant's not claiming a hardship. They need to prove that they deserve the extra height. Again, it comes down to the massing of the building, how it's designed. I did see some 3D renderings presented tonight. I think it would be helpful if additional simulations were provided from some of the surrounding streets, even a block or two away, to get a sense of how this building will be viewed from some of the surrounding areas. Also, since all of the residential neighbors are to the north of this project, I think a shadow study to show what the effect of this building will and won't be, I think will be helpful for everybody. The transition to Park Avenue, as that's been mentioned, to the north side of the street, it's crucial to see how not to do that. Just look at the back end of the Hilton Garage a few blocks away that directly faces those homes with virtually no screening, and that's only a 2-story garage. So again, I think additional renderings and illustrations need to be provided. I see that the latest design now has retail on the ground floor along Park. This could work. I think there's going to need to be careful attention to the signage and lighting of those businesses as far as their effect on the homes across the street. The traffic generation that's obviously has been talked about, it's not insignificant by any means, but I think the new signal along at Park and West and the trail, and as well as the fact that they're providing almost 1,000 parking spaces, I think that the traffic can be effectively managed. Obviously, the parking on this block of Park Avenue is going to be difficult. It already is with the church when they're having services and other events. So I think there could be some conflicts there, and that needs to be looked at. And I'll also say I'm a huge movie fan, but movies are a use that are typically open late into the evening with shows that sometimes let out, well after midnight. And so the Planning Commission and the council may want to look at limiting show times as far as how late they might operate, and just balancing the fact that it's surrounded by a residential neighborhood. So I'll conclude there, and since I know there'll be more time to further refine this as the project goes forward, but I'll end it by saying I strongly support the redevelopment of the site, and I encourage the council to send this to the boards and commissions and approve first reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laura Gogol, followed by Madeline English. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Laura Gogol from 308 Pine Street, and we've lived here in Falls Church since 1995 and have raised our kids there, and many still in the schools. But I'm here to express my concern about the development. Like others, I think there are many positive aspects to the potential development, and I'm not opposed to redevelopment of this space. But I continue to be concerned, even after having seen the drawings tonight, about how drastic a change it is to this part of Falls Church and how much it's going to change the character of our neighborhood, because this is my neighborhood. So I'm actually here speaking on behalf of other neighbors from my neighborhood. I'm on Pine Street. It's sort of, there's Walnut there, it's Lincoln, it's sort of that Ellison Heights area. And a lot of those neighbors also wrote in tonight with their comments. I think the biggest concern and the thing I'm going to focus on tonight really is the height of the project, particularly on Park. I heard Mr. Baskin was talking about some of the other projects that had earned the right to have the extra 30 feet, but those all were facing Route 7, Broad Street. This one is on Park, and so I think if we're going to say it's okay to have 85 feet on Broad, that's one thing, but on Park is a completely different question, and in my mind, a non-starter. So I'm concerned that we've continued to have so many iterations of this project without giving a clear message to the developer that 85 feet is a non-starter on Park Avenue. And I really think that we need to send that message. So I appreciate your support to do that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Madeline English, followed by Bob Ford. Miss English, are you here? Yes. Welcome. Thank you for coming out.
I'll tell you one thing. You need to do something about those seats. You need some feathered seats or something. Cut the circulation off of my legs. I'm here to tell you that I have lived here over 60 years, and I've seen this area develop. Down the bottom of the street was the railroad that went through there. The buses also stopped. That was their last stop, and they parked on the other side of the railroad tracks. I used to say to my husband, which side of the railroad tracks do we live on, the right side or the wrong side? I think that there is some development that needs. I don't think that it's a very good-looking corner, but this is a massive building, and it doesn't really fit into the community at all. Now, I was going to bring up this question, and it was already brought up. I've gone to several meetings, and I've not heard anything about loading and offloading of restaurant material, hotel material. Now, someone is saying something about being out on the main street. There's just so much information that we're not getting, and all these various changes. I think development is needed, but that is too massive a project there. The theater, the hotel, if you want a residential section, fine. Now, someone said about one bedroom with den or just one bedroom, they don't expect to have many children. Well, I know a fact of a family where the mother sleeps on a pull-out sofa, and 2 kids are in the bedroom. Now, I don't know whether you're going to police it so that you find out how many people are in one given apartment, and if there's a whole gang of them, you're going to tell them that they have to move out. I don't know whether there is a law that only so many people are supposed to be in a given residence. Now, traffic. No, everyone thinks that you're going to have these traffic lights where you better synchronize them because you're going to be backed up on Broad Street and you're going to be backed up on West Street all the way into Arlington. That's ridiculous to have a light at Broad and West, and a few feet down you have another light, and then you have another light at the church. I went to Springvale Road to meet my cousin at a French restaurant. I set out at my house at 5 minutes after 5. On my GPS, it says it's 11 miles. I set out at 5 minutes of 5. I thought, well, traffic, I just want to make sure I'm there in time. And we could meet, have a little glass of wine, talk, and then eat. I was supposed to be there at 6 o'clock. I did not get there until 6:35. My cousin made sure that we had our table reserved, so she sat there and waited for me. Now, as I'm driving along, going bumper to bumper, just inching forward. I had my GPS on. It seemed ridiculous because I was on Lee Highway, or Route 7, Route 7. I was familiar with it, but I just kept it on. I got to the section where the Silver Line is, and my GPS says to me, "Do you want to change it to pedestrian?" Well, I might as well change it to pedestrian because apparently I was walking in my car. Now, Sam's Market. I went there one time. The traffic was stopped.
If I could ask
When-
you to try to wrap up pretty soon. Your
Okay,
time
when
is,
when all the traffic started up, the carbon monoxide went all across Sam's Market, and I said to my husband, "I'm not coming back here again." Now, I think that it has to be developed. It's fine, but it's too massive. The traffic is terrible as it is, and you're going to be adding to the traffic. For me to get out of my Grove Avenue, I think maybe you're going to have to put, like they do up in Pennsylvania, where you enter to the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and you've got a gadget that tells you that now you're ready to go on to the turnpike. You can't, the traffic is so heavy, you can't even melt into the traffic.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Mr. Bob Ford, welcome. To be followed by Kim Callahan.
I can almost say welcome to a new day. Bob Ford, 910 Park Avenue. Generally, we're in favor of the project. While we think it's important to be sensitive to the existing community, one of the things that you need to think about with this project on Park Avenue, at least in the 900 block, there are two anchors. One will be Mason Row and the other will be the Catholic Church. And if I heard correctly, the prime times for the use of Mason Row will be evening and weekends. Ride down the 900 block of Park Avenue on the weekend, and you'll understand the concerns that we have as residents there in terms of parking. You know, looking at the diagram here, we definitely are concerned about the parking. If you put retail on Park Avenue, where are the people going to park? They're not going to go in the building. They're going to want to park on Park Avenue. And one of the leaders for drawing people there is the theater. Where's the entrance to the theater? On Park Avenue. Where are the people going to park? They're not going to want to go into that building and park. So we have big concern about parking, and it's going to be on evenings and weekends. So we're concerned about that. We're concerned that when we first were introduced to the project, there was sensitivity to the fact that Park Avenue was a residential area. We saw 2 single-family homes. Now what are we looking at? Residential, not residential, retail space. Then we saw row homes. Very nice transition from residential to the commercial area, and that's now gone. So please, you know, we see nothing wrong going forward with this, but be sensitive to the fact that you're transitioning from a residential area that's looking directly at the project, not backing up to the project in terms of what's going on there. Be sensitive to the impact this is going to have on parking and traffic. Especially, you know, they don't talk about it, but Park Avenue is going to, I think, going to be hit pretty heavily by that. We're concerned about the height of that building, especially if it's 65, what is it, however tall it's going to be on Park Avenue. But we think change is coming, and we're willing to accept that, but make it responsible change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kim Callahan, followed by Betty Patera.
Hello. My name is Kim Callahan, and I live at 918 Park Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed development. Thank you for your time. I think that this project could be a really exciting addition to Falls Church City. There's a lot of, if they can get the retailers that they were presenting tonight. You know, while I think it's an exciting addition, there's also obviously a lot of concerns I have living directly across the street from it. So I'll start with those concerns on Park Avenue. Mainly, it's the character of the building that's facing Park Avenue. As Bob said, their original plan had two single-family homes that replaced the 3 single-family homes that were right there. So that was a nice transition. But now, with the 5th iteration of the plan, it's retail with a 55-foot parking garage above that, and that just doesn't. It's not very sensitive to the surrounding residential communities. And if the retail, is a must on Park Avenue, I'd like to see some sort of restrictions for how late those businesses can operate. We have small children at my home as well as the next door neighbors, and I don't want to see, a 24-hour Quickie Mart or something on my street. It's just very disruptive. It's going to change the entire dynamic of our neighborhood. So I think we need to be sensitive to that. And the other thing I'd like to see, if they can't reduce the size of the parking garage, Spectrum met with the community several times, and they agreed to work with us on how to face that garage so it's maybe a little bit more attractive. I'd like to see something in the proffer saying that they could work with the surrounding community and maybe tie that to pulling their building permit, so kind of their feet are held to the fire as far as making that facade attractive. The other concern is that it's just too many residential units. It's too much for an already convoluted intersection, and it's just going to create a mess. And I don't think this is going to be the silver bullet to save the school budget. With 320 units, that's going to bring a decent amount of kids to the school. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Betty Patera. Welcome. To be followed by Mark Massey.
I'm Betty Patera, and I live at 912 Park Avenue, and I've lived there since February 8th, 1969. I also am concerned about the residential character of the development. It started out with the 2 homes, it moved to townhouses, it moved to condos, and now there are 3 retail businesses fronting Park Avenue. There are no retail businesses on Park Avenue except in the block that faces Kaiser. There are office buildings, but no retail shops on Park Avenue. I'm concerned about the loading. I certainly hope that on-street loading is not on Park Avenue. And I'm concerned about the 4 lanes on West Street. I don't see that measuring out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Massey, followed by Chris Sawiski. I'm sorry.
Good evening, and thanks for everybody staying here. All right, I've got just a few things to say. First of all, I think the developer deserves some acknowledgement because you guys have worked awful hard with the community. So I thank them, and now I'm going to slap them because I think it's appropriate. I don't think they've listened about the massing, or they've listened, or as they've said to me, and they just can't do anything about it. That's the issue. It's not that they don't want to be part of this community. It's been obvious they've been as responsive as they possibly can be. That design has modified so many times, and it's like, wow, I really wish I could tell you, please move this to first reading. Instead, I have to tell you, please don't, because the massing is just too large. It's just too tall. According to the zoning map I saw, our residential zoning goes all the way up to that building, including the street. Grove Avenue, yes, I'm at 203 Grove, that community is not that far away. Our little community is not far away at all from that massive building the way they have it planned. I have lots of concerns about a lot of things. I have a lot of concern about security from that. I feel like a lot of folks have kind of not really paid much attention to that. Everybody's looking at this perhaps through some more rosy colored glasses. Now, I have some background in that, so maybe I see it. In fact, I talked to another gentleman the other day who had a lot more background than I, and he was like, oh my God. And I'm thinking about when we do use, it's a double-edged sword, the beautiful Market Square Common there. possibly 1,500, 2,000 people invading our neighborhood. It's actually a lot. It is a double-edged sword. So the real point here is, if you guys move this to first reading, okay. But every single proffer, every single possible thing that might have to be ironed out, tied down, glued, welded legally into place, simply must be to protect that neighborhood, to protect all of us in Falls Church. We can't let this kind of get squishy. And by the way, Mill Creek is, I don't think I've ever talked to anyone from Mill Creek. I've talked a lot with Spectrum. Who are these people? They're huge. They're huge. 4 billion, I think it was. Who are we? We're a little tiny little community they can step on if they want to. You see my point? We have to look at this from a very, I guess I'm trying to say is, let's look at this as what can go wrong, not just what can go right. And what I'm hearing mostly is everything about what can go right. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr., I'm going to butcher it again, I'm sorry. So what, Zukowski. Chris.
Good late evening, Mr. Mayor, tired members of the council. I'll be brief and make just a few points. I came here tonight to speak in support of the project. I'd like it to be approved for first reading and a move to boards and commissions. I have been listening and hear and understand a lot of people's concerns. I've been involved with talking to the developer and talking to neighbors for quite a long time. I live on Grove Avenue. I should have mentioned them at 309 Grove Avenue. But I think on balance, I'm very much in favor of moving this forward. And I say on balance because there's a variety of issues that play into this. Traffic, schools, local businesses, parking, aesthetics, amenities, tax issues. And each of those presents a dynamic issue, meaning it's not really just a linear, right, wrong. One thing plays into the other. We can talk about traffic, but it's not just about the traffic coming off this project. We have a major development just down the road that's starting. We can see the land cleared where Sam's Farm was. Seven Corners is going to have its issues, Mosaic, and the areas around us are being developed. That traffic is passing through our town. I think this is an opportunity to have people stop and actually spend money in the town and help support us. We can talk about parking, but as we ask for no variance to be given, we have concerns about the size of the parking garage. So, these things start to present all sorts of trade-offs. The height issue, I understand. At the same time, it might present some challenges from the financial model for them in terms of the theater and whether or not the theater then is attractive. If the theater is not attractive, then is it going to attract the better retail? And I think that all these different issues come together in a very complicated way, and it's going to be impossible to have a perfect result. I think perfect doesn't really exist here. So ultimately, I think the best thing for us, for the town, where we're at right now, we hear these issues. We had the earlier discussion on the budget, the school issues. It'd be nice to have a project that is throwing off a nice chunk of change for the city to help support some of the endeavors that we're trying to undertake. And I think that is, again, on balance, primary concern. I think revenue increase for the city has to be somewhat of a paramount focus right now, and I think it has to come from something other than taxes. And I think you get that from commercial redevelopment. I think you get it from appreciation of the land values around us, from bringing in amenities like this, which I think will certainly drive it up. I would touch upon basically, lastly, on three concerns that I would like to see. Notwithstanding my support for the project, I like it to be developed with the greatest revenue potential in mind for the city. I like it to be developed focused on the least impact on city resources, particularly the schools, and develop while promoting the safety around the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Keith Thurston, followed by Mike Winters. Okay, so our last speaker that I have at least is Mike Winters. Come on up. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Mike Winters from 324 Grove Avenue. And my request is quite simple, and that is that the developer show us what he intends to build. If you look at the graphic here, you can see that they show the Mason Row entrance. They show Park, and earlier we saw another graphic that showed the businesses on Park Avenue. But if you look to the right, beyond the white car, it's another block to go. Well, the next thing they jump to is the tunnel at Grove. Why do we not see what's on West Street fronting the WNOD Trail? WNOD Trail is a regional treasure. It's a wonderful part of our community and one of the prime reasons I chose to live on Grove Avenue, to be close to it. So as I look at the graphics of what's on Broad Street, we see friendly umbrellas, tree-lined streets. I heard, and when you look at the schematics, that what's on West Street is the loading area. There's a 9.4-foot sidewalk. So what you get opposite the WNOD is a 9.4-foot sidewalk in a loading zone. The question is, why is that not shown? How did something come to first reading that's so incomplete? It cannot be difficult, obviously, to have more graphics that give us a complete showing of what's there. So something's missing here. I'm not sure why. It seems very simple. Whether they want to bring a model and plop it down, or show a flyover video, or just have more graphics. I don't know if there's a requirement. Maybe these are just fluff for us, and it's not actually part of the requirement of what has to be submitted. But I would say the community wants to see what they're getting. And one part that they can't comment on is what they cannot see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last speaker slip I have. Is there anyone else in the public who wishes to comment on the project? Okay, seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Are there council questions, either of staff or the developer? Mr. Duncan? Sure.
To the applicant, could you just go over the height situation on Park Avenue?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Could you just go over again the height situation on Park Avenue? How many total feet and what the step backs are and...
Oh, yeah. Can you dim the lights again? Maybe hard for... Over here. Okay. Yep. This elevation here is at, it's actually 32 feet, which is at the, just under the 35-foot step back, excuse me. And this is at this is at the 55 feet here, and that is 9 feet set back from this face.
Okay, so it goes 32 up, and then back, and then another up.
It goes up to 55 feet, that's correct. That's just another 23
feet up.
That's correct.
So it's going to be 32 feet, back 9, up 23.
You got it.
If I could just interrupt, what's a setback from back of curb to face the building?
This is at the road angles. At this point here, it is 21 feet, and then back here, I think it's 24. Yeah, at the easternmost edge is 24 feet set back from the curb. It's 21 feet at this point. At this point here?
Where the retail kind of out, and then the garage space itself is at 24.
Okay, so it's right here.
And what is
21 feet.
what's the grade change? It looked like the retail is not a grade.
That is correct. The grade change is, this retail is actually at the same elevation here. The grade, I believe, drops, is it 3 to 4 feet?
So the 32 feet at the end is actually 36 feet.
At the very end.
Yeah, so 36 back 9 and then up, what did you say, to 55?
To 55, that's correct.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt, Phil.
No, that's fine. So I don't know if you know off the top of your head or if Mr. Snyder or somebody does, but on the back side of the Spectrum building where the offices are, does anybody know what the height of those offices on Park Avenue?
The back, the offices on the back of the Spectrum, from the face of the curb to the face of the building, is 14 feet.
So it's 14 feet, so it's closer to the street.
Much closer.
And then what's the height of
And
those
the height at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue, there's 4 full floors of office. Then there's a half a floor because it's a pitched roof on top. And there's about a half a floor that's like almost an English basement type. So we estimate that it's about 55 feet tall, and it's all one facade.
On the backside of the Spectrum, it's
Correct.
55 feet ground to top.
Correct.
And 14 feet
At the corner,
back.
and then there, the elevation goes up a little bit as you head towards City Hall. It's a little less tall as you get to City Hall.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments, questions? Let me ask, while we have this elevation of perspective up, what is the height beyond the garage to the gray building facade?
The height at this edge? I'm
No,
sorry.
no, the other edge.
Oh,
Yeah,
over here?
Well, just as soon as you come off the garage, yeah, go to the edge of the garage and go straight on up.
Okay,
No,
this-
no, straight up in the air. Yep,
Here?
how high, all the way to the top is that?
Oh, to this height?
Yeah.
This is the 85 feet.
It's 85 feet, okay. Is there a step back? It looks like up at the top, or is that just some
No, it's a
brickwork?
material, this is a material change. These are, you know, indentations or architectural.
Undulation, yeah.
Yes,
So it's 85 feet, okay,
yeah. Thereabouts. I mean, this slopes a bit as well.
Sure.
But
understood. Okay, questions down this end? Ms. Conley?
On that same area, I'm having trouble figuring out the intersection there. What is facing those green awnings? Is that Ms. Callahan's house?
These green?
Yeah.
This actually faces that, there's a triangular piece of land. Is it actually owned by the gentleman at the corner? Okay. There's a triangulated piece of land here.
Right.
When we put this on the site plan, the edge of, just to give you an idea, the edge of this building is the midpoint of the first house.
Of the
First house. So this line, if you pull the line due north, that hits the center, or just short of the center of that gentleman's house. And then this is all would be at the corner here with the grass area.
So how many houses face that retail and green awnings? 3?
Two and a half, yeah.
2.5.
The retail down here you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Underneath the garage?
Mhm.
Yes, that's the 2 residences. Well, the 2.5, technically.
Ms. Oliver?
Could you go back to the net fiscal impact chart that you showed us earlier, please?
Okay.
That one.
There you go.
So the other statistics that you gave us a lot of statistics on a per acre basis. This chart is a net fiscal impact. Is it adjusted on a per acre basis, or is it just the net fiscal impact?
That's just the total net fiscal impact
Okay.
of
And
each project, and that's the middle point. The city calculates a high fiscal impact and a low fiscal impact dependent on the cost for city services.
I guess I would like to see the calculation at some point on a per acre basis, the way the
okay.
other statistics were.
Okay.
And then my other question is just for staff. I know we have some folks here that deal with affordable housing, and I was just curious about your reaction to the cash in lieu of units.
Well. Okay.
It's a question for staff.
Hi, Dana Lewis with the, I'm sorry it's late, Housing Program Analyst. We are not opposed to it. We would need to talk to them about the amount. We just kind of heard about this today. But the Housing Commission is not strictly opposed to it. In our affordable housing policy, we would like units and cash or mixture of both. And we were open to talk about options.
I think we have a housing commissioner approaching rapidly. I'd like to hear your input as well, sir. Do you have any, would you like to add anything?
Yes. I want to add just something, just pretty quick. We have an affordable housing policy that has been not working enough in providing more units that are needed right now in the city. So the percentage that we have right now as they were calculating 1.9 million. It's a beginning of discussion, but we need to talk more about how we can negotiate this for more affordable housing, basically.
If I could ask just to clarify before you leave, so you're not averse to having a cash contribution in lieu of on-site units?
No. We are not against right now because that's another possibility. We can find more resources to leverage other resources, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Conley?
I just have a question for Mr. Batten on the massing, because that has come up in a number of comments from citizens. And I know you've worked at this and changed it and moved it around, and this is the massing you're coming at as what, can you explain how you ended up right here where you are?
I think there are two driving forces here. One is Park Avenue. The major change was taking the residential condos off of Park Avenue and going in the direction of the parking garage, which gives us, in the design, the flexibility to bring the height down. We went to the retail that you see on Park Avenue in front of the garage for two reasons. One is to create a better streetscape on Park Avenue. The second reason was to, in working with a number of potential local tenants that could come into the project, we talked back and forth about where's the best place for the local tenants. And the conclusion was the space that we were designing there on Park Avenue, because it gives us some flexibility and opportunity to bring rents down. And those local tenants wanted to be on Park Avenue. And so that's kind of how we ended up with that. The other driving force is the financeability of the project. We have 4.3 acres. We have a very sizable public space on this project. We have a theater that requires a certain degree of parking. And we have a hotel which requires quite a bit of parking. And those densities for those uses, in combination with expanding of the public space, creates the building heights that you're seeing along West Broad Street and West Street and touching on Park Avenue. And it's just the project's under a lot of pressure financially to carry the cost of the theater, to carry the hotel's not paying for its land. We don't have a lease of any kind with the hotel. We are donating the land for the hotel. And the hotel was something that the city wanted us to pursue, and we understand why. But the hotel is not providing economics back to the project to support land cost, to support the subsidies for the theater and so forth, and to some degree the subsidy to create the public space. That's a long-winded answer to your question, but
if I could follow up on that question, council's been talking for a while about residential density. You've heard it from a lot of folks.
Yes.
Are we at a position or place now, from your perspective, that this is the best you're going to offer? In other words, this is kind of it. The residential density can't go down. Am I hearing that from you?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is kind of best and final. This is sort of what we can do, and we can't really do any more than this.
That's correct. Other than we've talked with staff about what else can we do about that issue, and we talked some about the possibility of trying to reduce the community benefits and those costs associated with those community benefits, and then in turn we could look at bringing some residential density down. Because we are bringing costs down, we can afford to bring some more residential density down.
Before you jump in, let me just follow up a little bit if I could, and then I'll turn it over to you. So, not that I'm advocating that, but just out of curiosity, what would be the ratio that you would use for such a analysis?
That's a complicated question and answer.
Okay.
There is a ratio. I don't have it for you right now, but there is a certain amount of dollars in cost over and above what it costs to build the actual unit, or outside of the construction cost of the unit, that when you reduce that certain amount of cost, you can then reduce by a unit. So it would work like that.
And let me ask you just
And we can share with you that philosophy and those formulas and how that works.
on a similar vein, just to follow up and see clarity, because we've been going around and around on a couple of these issues for a long time. And,
Yes.
we appreciate everybody hanging in with us, but I think it's time to kind of get to the finish line, hopefully for everybody.
Yeah.
With respect to the garage, is it essentially your position as well that you need a garage of that basic massing pretty much where it is now?
Yes. The garage has come down in height. The garage used to be, I don't remember what we were, but I think we were about 1.5 floors to 2 floors higher. So we brought it down. And we did that through some shared parking concepts that we have. But the way that the garage stands now, the amount of parking spaces it provides is absolutely critical. Otherwise, we're going to get into breaking the parking counts down for the retail below what we think is satisfactory for the top tenants. The top tenants are looking for, as you may know, something close to 4 parks per 1,000 square feet. And so it's important, if we provide really strong amount of parking for those retailers, we're going to get the kind of retailers we're going for.
So let me ask you this. I'm not disputing you need the amount of parking you do, but I guess I'm asking where it needs to be. And my question is, does that parking need to be on Park Avenue? Is there no other place that it can go, either shove back in your project, underground, or some other place on site so it's not on Park Avenue?
It needs to be on Park Avenue. Now, we've put it behind something, but it does need to be on Park Avenue because we need that parking. If we were to go down digging further and take off more levels of that parking garage or get away with it, that parking cost would be so expensive that this project would not be financeable.
Gotcha. So essentially, you need generally the massing that you are currently showing in this iteration on Park Avenue, or pretty close to where it is right now, for this project to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. What I want to avoid doing is kind of each other dancing around about, well, we want you to do this, and I can't really do this, and to sort of get to the chase on where we both are at this point. So anyway, thank you for the clarity on that. Are there some other questions? Mr. Baruch?
So I appreciate the efforts of clarity, and given the late hour, and given that we're not at a work session, normally there is a bit of back and forth, especially as far as the residential density, because that's where the exposure of the city is, and that's where the profit margin is to the developers. So let's just be brutally honest about it. That's where it is. And on this project for quite some time, we've been working on what I'm going to term as a black box, because the proffers are still in swing. They're not buttoned down. There's various subsidy asks dealing with the movie theater on essentially what amounts to a virtual TIF, or a tax that goes back to the developer, that yet I don't fully understand why that needs to happen in the formula that it needs to happen in, or what's being asked. So there's still some flexibility, at least from the city side on the proffers. That's not buttoned down, and yet the developer sort of knows where its margins need to be, which I appreciate, given our financial system being such that it is. So, if this is, gonna be, this is sort of the best and final offer, I'm not sure I have all the figures to assess that, and truth test that, and pressure test that. And I'm not gonna simply take sort of the applicant's numbers and go with it, because those, are, at least my experience is, it's whatever you put into that that generates it. So even with that information, it's a bit of a black box itself, even with the numbers, and to the extent that we can be, transparent. But putting all that aside, the voluntary proffers, if that's where the action is, those haven't been negotiated out. So, and I'm not in the business of negotiating against myself. And for me right now, the critical piece of this is sort of what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from the communities on the residential development and density piece of this, which is driving sort of massing concerns, financial concerns that I have. So I'm not prepared to say, okay, we're not going to sort of nail down the voluntary concessions, but it's sort of hanging out there that's going to drive the residential piece of it potentially of coming down and move this towards first reading. To me, that's not, you've sort of set things in motion and the ball's moving, especially with our staff who we haven't really had a chance to give time to looking at the project. So I'm a bit concerned about sort of where that's going. But what I will say is, as far as my thinking about the project, I think it has come a long way. I think the development team has worked with the community, with staff, and with the council to improve it. What I am still seeing, and again, these sort of go to the fundamentals more than in the weeds as far as just the layout or architecture, which I think the boards and commissions can continue to work on. But one that's been mentioned repeatedly now is the residential density of the project, which I think is key. Two that we've talked about right now is the parking garage on Park. I think there needs to be a way of screening that better, trying to reduce some of the massing, or at least hiding the massing or shielding the massing, whether it be from further screening or further step backs, maybe making that 9 feet a bit wider, and then trying to reduce where we can some of that massing in the garage. And the point one, which is the residential density, is tied to the parking. So I'm hoping that we can reduce one and get the benefit of reducing the other, if feasible. 3 is, this goes back to, this is really supposed to be a commercial project. And I know, reading through the documentation, that at least the developer's committing to at least having contracts in place on this. But given sort of where we're at with overall residential in this project, but compounding that with other projects that have already been approved where there's shovel in the ground and buildings going up, it's a substantial risk to the city. So I think we're going to need to talk about surety bonds, et cetera, on this project to nail down the usage, both on the hotel and on the theater, especially if we're going to have skin in the game specifically as it goes to the theater. So it's not going to be contracts are enough. I know that the pitch is, well, this is similar to what you've done before on the voluntary concessions or copies from other projects, but each project is unique. So that was the minimum, not where it needs to be. So I think you all need to think about it, or at least one council member, if that's not in, that's dead from my standpoint. I will not vote in favor of a project. And rarely do you hear me take sort of a bright line. But if we do not have too close to certainty that we are going to get those 2 commercial anchors, I won't vote for it. So I think you've taken a step moving in that direction with the VCs and the contracts, but that's not going to be enough on this project given the risk to the city. And again, I don't say that lightly. Rarely do you hear me sitting up here before I've sort of made a decision to say, that's a bright line, but that's going to be a bright line for me at least. And then 4 is, at least from the Planning Commission, I know that we've heard that they still have some concerns. This was based on some of the conversations that happened at a work session a few weeks ago. Is your continued commitment to work with the Planning Commission and other boards and commissions. And then I'm glad to see that there at least seems to be some forward movement working with existing businesses. I know that we heard from one business owner about some things that the city may do to kind of help speed along those items. So I'm going to ask the city manager to explore those, working with the city attorney to see what we can lawfully do under Virginia code to keep, and it's getting pretty late, so I'm not going to try to reiterate what those were, but it was things like getting the licenses, zoning, things moving more quickly, and also perhaps waiving some fees. And certainly if those are legal and are permissible under Virginia law, I think it would be wise for us to explore those options on the city front. Certainly I think I would be very interested in hearing about what the options are there. And then 6 is continuing to work in good faith and in a timely manner to satisfy the concerns, which I think the developer and the development team seem to be doing. But to kind of summarize it in whole, I think hitting the residential density and garage issues are going to be key. And I'm just not clear on how much movement there is, especially since some of that sounds like it's going to be tied to the voluntary concessions, and those are sort of up in the air, and nobody's had time to draft them and look at them, and they're not really part of what's before us. So my concern with trying to move forward tonight is I'm not sure what the hell I'm going to be voting on, since the voluntary concessions are sort of in this massive flux, and I know that they're going to impact the major components of this development project.
Well, can I just comment to that? We are proposing the voluntary concessions I'm showing you. I think you're right. There needs to be dialogue with the city on those, and that process, we've started to have the dialogue, but the process has got a ways to go, for sure. But we certainly are prepared to make a substantial commitment along the lines of what we're showing.
Okay, Mr. Z?
Thank you, Mayor. Over the span of 2 days last week, people asked me when this project was going to get off the ground. Are they going to start building it this spring? Well, we know the answer to that. I have to say that this is probably the most highly evolved first reading I have witnessed during my time here in the city. We've addressed many, many issues that people are fond of. No access to parking from park, okay, that's gone. We have some existing businesses that want to say, okay, there are those capitalists among us that would say, you know, everyone carries their own freight. But here we've got provisions for a bike shop, an ice cream place, and if that isn't targeted toward two businesses that I know, I don't know what is. Maybe we'll throw a music shop in there as well. I'm not really sure the city ought to be in the business of handing out subsidies. You know, I can't believe we're having a discussion on one hand of raising the taxes on our citizens, and then on the other hand, saying the residential density is too high when we look at these numbers here that indicate it's the lowest of all the projects that have been approved recently. So we can't have these discussions decoupled. You can't ask for reductions and then say, well, we couldn't make it, so let's just add a few more cents to the tax rate and make up for the delta. I am not in favor of that. What I am in favor of is that we go to first reading on this. We give the boards and commissions. And I think that should be adequate signal to the developers that they need to lock down the second anchor. And further, I ask, at that time, just pick a number, 30 days from now, that you expose your books to a consultant the city would hire to see whether you have the capabilities, the aptitude, the financial strength, whether your performance term sheet can withstand that kind of scrutiny. I'd like a yes or no answer to that question now.
Be happy to do that.
Okay, other comments? Anybody? I've got a few comments. I can either make them or I can wait till...
Could I just ask one question? Could you go back to the chart that shows the square footage of the units? Okay, right there. So the average unit size is what it is. How does that compare to, say, the North Gate? You've got it compared to Pearson Square, but is the unit size at the newly opened North Gate about what you're proposing to build here?
I think it's very close.
Okay, so what's the multiplier that you use for your kid count on this project? Do you have a range? I mean, you have a...
Well, if you're talking about comparing to Northgate, my understanding is that...
Well, the Northgate number is about 0.20. We know that. There's about 100-some units, and there's about 20-some kids. So
Right.
What number are you using for...
We're just using the city's figures.
Okay. Gary, can you...
55 students is using the Northgate type of scenario, and then I think it goes up to...
It's 115 if you just use all.
If you use
okay, so
the 0.33 calculation that they use.
Okay, so.
or a summary of all the apartments in the market, which are old,
So you-
large.
Right. But you do have a range, but the point is the size of the units you're going to develop are supposed to be closer to the size of Northgate, which throw off at .20. So your key
Correct.
count, your net fiscal impact numbers should be based on that, because that is real experience of a building that is like the one that you're building.
That's correct. And we also have talked about looking at ways, exploring ways that we could even reduce further the size of the units and maybe increase more one bedrooms and
Right,
reduce
okay.
2 bedrooms, those kinds of things.
Okay, that's all
within
I
the
need.
building. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll make some comments if no one else feels compelled to at this time. I have a fundamental issue with the design and use on Park Avenue. It's an established residential street. It's comp plan and zoned for basically what's there right now. And putting an 85-foot building there and retail and a garage is a significant intrusion into that neighborhood. You look at the back of the Hilton Garden Inn, and the garage there is, it's 2 stories in the 20-odd feet. And that's a significant intrusion. And I think this is going to be a great deal more. And so I have an issue with that. I also have issue with the amount of residential density. And I appreciate you being forthright with us about, where your breakpoints are. And that's why I ask, because I don't want to just keep dancing around things kind of forever. I'd like to get to the finish line one way or the other for all of us. And so I have other comments as well. But those are kind of the core things for me. I have a whole host of smaller things, but I don't really think it's worthy at midnight to be talking about them too much. What I might suggest, given the hour of the evening and the fact that this came in fairly recently and staff hasn't been able to fully analyze it, is that we give this a little bit of time to percolate and to defer this. I'd like to find out a way, in conjunction with the VCs, the review of the VCs, if we can get this design on Park Avenue to be more accommodating to the neighborhood, and also get the number of residential density down through a kind of joint negotiation, as opposed to saying, well, go ahead and approve it now, because I feel like we've done that. We've been through that over the past year and a half or so. And so I guess that would be my thought, is whether we as a council would be willing to defer this for a period of a couple weeks to see if we can, in connection with the discussion of the VCs, find a way to make improvements to Park Avenue and the overall density of this project.
I certainly, I think my comments were along those lines of, I'm not going to sort of, move forward not knowing where the VCs are, knowing that from what we're hearing from the developer, sort of what's going to move the needles potentially on the voluntary concessions that's going to drive the density and sort of the parking, which are difficult points, and I know that that's sort of where the friction is. So, but I'm not going to negotiate it or try to do that at 12 o'clock, or now we're past 12 o'clock. And 2, I think that needs to happen between staff and the developer, and something coming forward, working in good faith and good partnership with transparency. And again, I call it transparency, but still point out that the developer still holds the cards because they're inputting the numbers. So, there is value to what Mr. Z is suggesting, and I agree with that approach of having the number exchange, but it's just one data point. I'm not going to say, yeah, these are, it's garbage in, garbage out kind of thing. I think everybody's going to be working cooperatively, but it's just a data point at the end of what the developers' numbers look like. So in short, I'd support deferring it. I hit on 6 points. I think last go around I put forward a motion trying to advance the ball. I think we hit some of the items, but things shifted, like the garage and et cetera, and then there was forward progress made, at least on moving further on the VCs, dealing with the theater, which I think we're in the positive direction. So I think there was some good in the motion that I put forward. I'm happy to do that again if council members would be happy with that, at least in a deferral, or I think the developers heard it. I think motions are a good way to go. That way it's crisp. It's there for the record. It was there before, but I stand behind the 6 points that I made earlier. So that's sort of where I'm at. If deferral is where we go, as long as those items are moving in that direction by the time of first reading, I'm fine with that approach.
So other comments from anyone else up here? Anyone down that end of the table?
My question is this: if we are to defer, when would then there be a vote? 2 weeks from now?
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on when progress is made.
I would
or
just
when we
ask
get
that we not put it on a budget evening.
Yeah, well, that's my concern. I mean, we've dragged everybody out here and kept everybody here late, and so let me better understand what Mr. Z is asking for, because it sounds to me like we're right where we were when we were just about not to approve the Harris Teeter project, and then, you know, a bolt came out of the sky, and we shared numbers, and things turned around, and we did approve the Harris Teeter project. So is what you're asking for financials that are shared with a consultant that the city hires, we don't get to see because it doesn't become public information, but the consultant whom we retain and trust sees the actual numbers and answers the question, do we have to have as many residential units as they say we have to have in order to have the theater and the hotel? I mean, I don't have like a 50-point plan for this project, but there is one thing I would like to see, and I guess I might as well say it. I would like to see a theater, because when I go around town and talk to people, that's the thing that gets people kind of excited about this. Like, you know, I don't want to get in the car and drive to Mosaic and see the movies. I want to walk down the street. I want my kids to be able to walk down the street. So I want to know, do you have to have 340 residential units in order to bring a movie theater to the city of Falls Church, you know, this decade? And is the process that Mr. Z sets forth going to give us that information? Because if it is, I'm going to vote for first reading now with the understanding that if the numbers come in and they don't look like what we like, then we just voted against it in the end. But I'm not done. Most of the progress that has been made in this, you know, lengthy consideration is due to Mr. Baruch's, you know, laying down, by God, here's what I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I voted for it, 7-0, off we went. Then we put it out to the community, and we've gotten some great feedback. Some of it's contradictory. I want the garage to disappear. I want more parking spaces. Okay, that's fine. We have to resolve that here. But I think we're at the point now where we need to bring it to resolution. So I would like to vote tonight for first reading if I have a, you know, sealed in blood promise that we're going to do what Mr. Z said we're going to do.
But here's, Mr. Duncan, I agree with your approach, but this is where it gets complicated, because you just stated that if the theater, which I absolutely support, is sort of critical to this, if you get the residential, that's enough. But there's another shoe that's sort of waiting in the VCs that we don't know about, and that's this ask to help with the subsidy, as I understand it, through a virtual TIF, going to help foster the theater. And that number, A, it hasn't come up before the Economic Development Committee, the council. I don't think staff has fully seen it, nor do we really understand why it needs to be filtered through the city rather than just being built into the theater price, and the theater owner then just gives it to the developer.
If I may,
Again,
Mr. Mayor.
I don't want to necessarily have that conversation tonight, but that type of sort of critical information in order to make sure that the theater is working isn't here, and I get it's in flux, but it's not just the residential that's going to help support the theater. There's another ask I'm sensing sort of out there.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Of course.
Does let me further extend Mr. Z's request, does the information about whatever we're calling this amusement tax, which most every jurisdiction on the planet I've ever visited has, because it's how they hit visitors up for, you know, extra money, but not to editorialize, is the information on that going to be included in the information that you would provide to us about your financials?
If I could jump into this also, I think this is really the city's issue. We have an admissions tax for film,
Right.
for theater. And
This is not an exotic instrument compared to, you know.
That's correct. We have that ordinance on our books today. It's at a very low rate, and we have no theater. We would recommend that we increase that rate, and there may be some discussions in the future, which have not been fully fleshed out yet, but about an economic development agreement with the EDA and the city on that. But it is along the lines that has been discussed in the EDC, and I think that mechanism is pretty simple.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And again, I'm not weighing in favor or against that mechanism. And normally that mechanism, as I understand it, normally the city retains those taxes for whatever they're going to do with those taxes. The ask, as I understand it, is that part of those taxes would then go to the developer to help subsidize the project, rather than it going to the city to utilize as it would, which isn't necessarily novel. We've done it with other development projects, but the numbers were very transparent. Mr. Z and I actually worked on a similar type of tax sharing arrangement, if you will, with BJ's. I think we may have been the only ones on council, plus Vice Mayor Snyder, who worked on that. So it's not so unusual. It can be pretty straightforward, but there has to be discussion about it, and I don't think those discussions have quite matured to the point of knowing how that's going to work. Nor, again, I'll just go back, why the city needs to be involved, and this is, I've asked this numerous times, why the city needs to be involved, why it can't just be sort of a ticket, add 50 cents to your ticket price, and the theater operator just turns around and gives it to the developer, which would do the same thing. And there may be very good reasons for your financing or sort of guaranteeing it in the long run. I can see why that would be, but that's sort of never been fully drawn out. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but it's got to be discussed and understood before we sort of begin to sign, if you will, city checks as far as residential density. Because that is an ask, and it's a big ask because it is a subsidy.
Well,
Let's let Ms. Oliver speak, and then we'll get back up with Mr. Batten. Ms. Oliver?
Actually, my question is for Mr. Batten, which is that what you are hearing here are some very serious concerns about the amount of work that would need to be done between tonight, if this passes first reading, and when council makes their final decision. My question to you is, can you resolve those concerns? Can you give us the answers in a timely fashion? Not the day before we're supposed to vote on second reading, but are you confident you can deliver those answers? Because the process point before us tonight is whether we approve first reading now or defer the vote. And so I want to know what you think you can deliver on the information we're asking for.
I think we can do it way in advance of the second reading, and we will dedicate ourselves to work on these numbers and Mr. Baruch's issues about the VCs and Mr. Z's request about putting the pro formas together and getting it in front of the city's consultant. We can get started on that ASAP.
Mr. Goff, when do you need the information? Mr. Fuller, when would you need the information? For a July second reading.
Based on the variety of things, I think they all can work parallel. I think we have a work session scheduled to report back to you in late May or early June, so that should be our target.
Okay. And you're comfortable with late May or early June?
Very absolutely.
All right.
If I could just ask, would you be opposed to a deferral on the first reading for a couple weeks?
Yes. We would really hope that we could, in parallel to the boards and commissions providing their input that's really needed for the plan as it's been revised, but in parallel address Mr. Baruch's issues, Mr. Z's issues for getting with the consultant and divulging the numbers and so forth. We're happy to show the numbers, show how things work. We're happy to go through and finalize these VCs in a satisfactory manner. We're with the amount of time it's taken to get here, we really hope that we can do that in parallel, and we'll dedicate ourselves to get it done before the May timeframe that Mr. Fuller talked about.
Well, my concern is really not just information, it's trying to solve the problem. To me, there still is a problem with your massing on Park Avenue and your uses on Park Avenue. So if you tell me all your data points say it absolutely has to be as it is, and my thought was, based on what you said earlier, that the VCs could influence what the project might look like. In other words, negotiation of the VCs could influence what the design of your garage and the amount of units it might have, then that can help me make a decision. But where I'm at now is I don't like what I'm seeing on Park Avenue.
Understand.
And so that's something that's important to me, not just the information, but the outcome of the information. And so that's why I've asked for deferral, because I think it puts your feet to the fire and our feet to the fire to come up with a quick resolution one way or the other on what I view as a fundamental issue.
So if I can make a suggestion, given that we want to make it moving, and Mr. Oliver's point, or Miss Oliver's point, I'm sorry, it's getting that witching hour, is very important as far as when we start seeing this information and giving staff an opportunity to analyze the material. And I'm sorry if this isn't going to be eloquent. I think I'm now at a 7-point, so not quite the million. Normally I like to keep them to 3, but it's about 7 items that I think we talked about before, plus adding in that the developer will, or the applicant rather, will actually provide information by, maybe a midpoint, to have this sort of buttoned down so the community can then really have a target to shoot at, because they're, other than maybe marginal changes, the development program isn't going to shift. Halfway through that period may be the way to do it. When the lawyer gets up, I get nervous.
Well, I just want to come back to ground zero. This is the first reading. That means that it gets referred out to boards and commissions. We don't know what the AAB is going to say when this gets to them. We don't have all of the different boards and commissions. That's the whole point of a first reading. We can't solve all these issues. I think gearing this up toward toward your work session, having it well in advance of that, so you're brief, so when you get to the work session.
I guess with all due respect, given that it's getting late, what I'm hearing is the applicant, I mean, we're trying to all move this forward. If the expectation is that this is just going to be a clean first reading, I'm not there.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
So
we can pick a date. We can pull all this together. There's no reason that we can't. And I think it should be way in advance.
I hate to do this. Can we have like 5 minutes so I can maybe talk to our city attorney and try to draft up a motion that's not totally half-baked?
Would it be possible to go with the original motion and see whether it passes?
Is that what you want to do? All right. Do we have a motion then?
No, it's the top of the
I
top
move
of
to
page 2.
refer TR 14-29 and TR 14-28 and grant first reading for TO 14-28 and refer to the Planning Commission, Architectural Advisory Board, Economic Development Authority, Housing Commission, Environmental Services Commission, Tree Commission, Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, Recreation and Parks Advisory Board, Greater Falls Church Chamber of Commerce, and Village Preservation and Improvement Society to schedule a public hearing and second reading city council action for July 13th, 2015, and to advertise the same according to law.
Madam Clerk, will you, we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call vote?
If I can, would there be any opposition to at least trying to get the 6 items that we talked about into this? In the sense of just the developers heard them?
I think we heard the answer. I think you said there was objection to that. Is that right?
How long will it take, Mr. Brew?
I've got it. Otherwise, we're sending a message to the public and the developer that, yeah, we sort of mean it, but we don't.
No, I disagree with that. We're not sending that message.
So why not just
And
put
if
it
that,
in?
as you know, I supported you the first time through on this, and that is not the message. The message, we were putting this out to first reading. I have got a lengthy, multiple card speech to give with heart-tugging comments about why this is so difficult for me to cast this vote, because businesses are being put on the street that I've patronized for 30 years. You know what? And I'll spare you that speech if we can just vote on Ms. Oliver's motion.
Also, I think they've done nearly everything that we've asked them to do, and as we've heard tonight, they'll do more. So I am not a fan of trying to get everything locked down before going to first reading here. I think that precludes our citizens from being able to involve themselves in the process. I think it's not to the good. I think it's a detriment and really is disrespectful to them. And further, the next time the feds are going to meet, they're probably going to bump the 10-year rate. And so that's going to put these guys behind the 8 ball and their ability to give us the kinds of VCs we're looking for. So we could wait, and then the rate will be such that this thing will be unaffordable. So I don't know we want to do that. And if your position, Mayor, is that you want them to shave some residential density, well, I just completely disagree with that. They are at the lowest of the last 3 projects that have been approved, projects that you had a direct hand in and the rest of the council. So I don't know why you're taking this position now. I really don't.
Okay, Ms. Oliver? So we've got the vote. Is that what you wanted, straight vote? Okay. So Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Baruch?
No.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Z?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
No.
And the motion carries 4-2.
Okay. Thank you much. Look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you all for sticking around with us.